It is high time to start our event, so I would kindly ask you to be seated so that we can start today's conference. It is a true honor for me to be able to host today's conference, which is primarily dedicated to EU legislation for orphan and paediatric medicinal products. We'll speak not just about rare diseases, but reimbursement systems, access to treatment. So we'll speak about issues addressed not only by the Czech Republic, but by the whole world in the field of innovations. Because if there is any area that can be deemed successful in terms of access to treatment, it is rare diseases. Changes that have taken place already a couple of years ago see great success, and we see new and new medicinal products cropping up. So we have mandatory EU legislation, and the numbers of new medicinal products, new molecules registered by the European agencies constantly on the rise. This naturally poses pressure on the national systems, on reimbursement systems, because the economy of these products is different to other medicinal products, and actually prices of those are higher too. So all the reimbursement systems, in particular in Europe, are addressing that in the developed EU countries. I'm very happy that we have distinguished guests here, and it's a true pleasure that the Senate has made it possible to host this event here. So Mr. Roman Kraus is our host. You have the agenda in front of you. We'll have the introductory remarks, then keynote speeches, and then we'll break up into workshops. However, without any further ado, I'd like to hand over to Roman Kraus to welcome us here and introduce the event. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of myself and on behalf of the whole Healthcare Committee of the Senate of the Parliament of the Czech Republic, I would like to most cordially welcome you to the Senate. I'm very happy that we have the auspices over this conference. Our aim is to help in every respect the upcoming Czech presidency of the Council of the EU that shall start on the 1st of July. So this theme that we'll discuss is one of the key topics. Not just innovations, rare diseases, but also mental health, COVID-19 pandemic. There are other themes, naturally, that are highly relevant, such as the war in the Ukraine, etc. However, back to rare diseases, I don't need to define them here and say what it's all about, because you all know that. However, statistically speaking, up to 500,000 people in the Czech Republic suffer from rare diseases. However, fortunately, thanks to great effort put in research, many of these chronic, progressive, degenerative diseases that have a fundamental impact not just on life expectancy, but quality of life, not only of those who are ill, but their families too. So all that poses a great burden on the families. The Czech Republic is one of the countries that have adopted regulatory measures that allow for expedited market access. And let me say that in many countries, however, the economic situation is worsening. So we're faced with the question of how to pay for these innovative therapies, the crucial question here. So how do we reimburse these highly expensive therapies? And then hand in hand with that is the issue of patent protection, because if we for instance, and patent protection or open patents, or finish patent protection sooner, then naturally companies can't be motivated to spend the huge money on research in diagnostics and treatment. So that would transitionally improve access, but then we would probably see no new medicinal products. The EU should therefore continue to promote conditions for boosting medicinal products for rare diseases and innovations. Our initiative, even though the executive, the government is mainly in charge, our aim is going to be to make it possible to provide these medicinal products to an ever broader range of patients, and such as in the oncology diseases, we need to have a network of centers, facilities dedicated to care for these patients, because this center care allows for most efficient use of resources. However, I won't speak for long because you know it all. Let me just wish this conference every success and give you some housekeeping information. We'll have two parallel workshops on our agenda in the morning and two in the afternoon. Workshops number 1 and 3 will be taking place in the Friedland Hall, and 2 and 4 will be held here in this meeting hall. However, let me hand back to the host. Thank you very much, Senator. One of the main impulses for this conference is the upcoming Czech presidency of the Council of the EU that will have on its agenda not only the OMPs and medicinal products for pediatric use, but also HSPA and EU legislation, health data space legislation. So all of that will be the common denominators. I'm very happy that we have Mr. Jakub Dvořáček, Deputy Minister of Health, here. He'll also deliver his introductory remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to you. It's a great honor that I can be in the Senate together with you. Ever since the start of my career, the Senate has been a place of dialogue that makes it possible for stakeholders from all areas to meet, be it patients, be it health insurance companies, be it the Ministry of Health, industry, and payers. It is great to continue this tradition. I'd like to thank you, Senator, for hosting this event. It is not very common that the dialogue in all member states would be at the level that we would wish it to be. Many European pieces of legislation have been already mentioned, and I'm sure that when the revision process is over, we'll really recognize very few of them. So it won't be just cosmetic changes for sure that we'll see, and whether it would be the pharmaceutical regulation or the OMP regulation or the European Health Data Space regulation. So all of these documents that are discussed intensively at EC level will fundamentally change the provision of healthcare in Europe, not just in the Czech Republic. Some countries are better prepared, some worse prepared. The Czech Republic is fairly advanced, especially in rare diseases. So big thanks to Milan Macek, Professor Kožich, and others present here in this hall. So thanks to your effort. Treatment of rare diseases in the Czech Republic is at Western level, so we indeed can be benchmarked against any Western European country, both in terms of treatment and availability of innovative therapies. The Czech Republic is a country that doesn't need to be ashamed of what it provides to patients. We have made a huge step towards integrating into society patient organizations in the system of approving technologies in rare diseases. So this is extremely useful. What is also extremely useful from my point of view is that there is balance, which is a must, and for health systems to manage everything, we are under great pressure in terms of funding for healthcare. But let me assure you that this year or next year, Czech healthcare won't be faced with any major financial difficulties. However, the debate that is opening up and will be up and running naturally needs to be led and will prepare us for what is perhaps likely to change in the future. In the presidency trio with France and Sweden, well, the French presidency has been a great learning lesson. We could take part in expert conferences held by France. For instance, I was a speaker at a conference dedicated to rare diseases held in Paris. All of these events are a milestone to achieve further progress. I'm very happy that together with the French Minister of Health, we'll continue to work on the European Action Plan for Rare Diseases. The Czech presidency will do all it can to make significant progress towards implementation. Whether we'll be able to finalize that or not is hard to say, but this is what we'd like to achieve. I'm convinced that if the Czech Republic didn't manage, then surely our Swedish colleagues will finalize our effort, but I believe that we'll be able to finalize the efforts ourselves. So it's great that we cooperate in the trio. The field of rare diseases is one of the areas where we see a lot of agreement. The Ministry of Health and professional societies are also aligning their view. The Czech Ministry of Health will take part in two major events. One will take place on the 25th and 26th of September, dedicated purely to rare diseases, and intensely connected with the European health data space. Both use of primary and secondary health data will be discussed. What we see as key is the right of patients to have access to their health data, and also use of secondary data in R&D is key. So I agree with the professors present here that this is something that can contribute to further progress. Then there will be an event on the 23rd of June in Brno dedicated to rare diseases in the context of screening. For us, interconnection with the pharmaceutical strategy is absolutely essential. Intensive debates are dedicated to unmet medical need. How do we identify and define further incentives, whether in rare diseases development is progressing in a way that is helpful to patients. So we need to lead dialogue with patient organizations and professional societies. What I'd also like to mention is an area that I consider crucial for many member states, and it's something that will resonate in the upcoming discussions, and that will be availability of medicinal products across the whole Europe. So we really must not accept launches in waves, and these waves often last years. So patients in certain countries wait for years to get access to their medicinal products, while others already can make use of them. So these launches must not differ in such a way. We must show solidarity with the Balkans, Baltic states, where medicinal products get to patients years later compared to Germany or France. I'm not speaking about reimbursement systems, but starting negotiations on availability. That's one side of the coin that we need to take a close look at. At the same time, our member states are taking a look at the joint negotiations, whether, for instance, we can make use of something that we learned in the context of the COVID crisis. Well, we should always learn lessons and make good use of them. So together with our French colleagues who opened the dialogue, the French Ministry of Health actually kickstarted this area of joint negotiations. Europe will definitely continue to support research. We'll strive to achieve progress in the unmet medical needs, and there will be a number of other steps that will need to be done. However, the efforts are taking place at a high pace, are addressed at the DG level and at events like this conference. We need to clearly voice the outputs from the workshops. I look forward to them. So let me wish this conference every success, and I'm sure that we'll draw conclusions here that we'll be able to present at negotiations with the European Commission. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jakub. If I was to mention one thing that was the most significant over the past 3 years from the perspective of the Czech Republic, in the reimbursement system on rare diseases, it is certainly patient involvement, patient engagement in the process, not only in the amendment to legislation, but also in formal activities, abilities to be partner in the dialogue. So both the preparatory phase and decision-making phase where they take part. Representatives of Czech organizations are also active at EU level. I'm very happy that I can hand over to Anna Aralansová, who is the chairperson of the Rare Disease Association Czech Republic.
Senator Kraus, dear Deputy Minister Dvořáček, dear guests, dear colleagues, friends. I'm honored to speak here today on behalf of rare disease patients on this important occasion to discuss the revision of EU legislation on orphan medicines and medicines for pediatric use. To start with, allow me to borrow some words from people with a rare disease. I can't believe it. I can walk up the stairs without catching up my breath. After 6 months on the therapy, I'm able to write an SMS by myself to a friend. I can hold my head up by myself now and sit up by myself. I no longer spend nights coughing my lungs out, and now I can sleep without interruption. I can afford to think about my future now. These are only some of the quotes we read and hear from people who have been fortunate enough to be among the 5% who actually have access to effective treatment for their rare diagnosis. And we are extremely grateful for that. It is mainly thanks to the orphan drug legislation which came into effect in 2000 that we can only now enjoy the existence of such effective therapies. Since then, more than 2,000 new therapies have received orphan drug designation by the European Commission, and more than 260 new medicines for use by children have been authorized. 140 orphan drugs currently enjoy orphan status. A few years back, the European Commission examined the impact of the EU legislation on medicines for children and rare diseases, on incentives, and mainly on availability and accessibility. The outcomes of these examinations were both positive and negative. Among the positive outcomes was that the legislation drove the research and development of new drugs. Among the negative outcomes, it was clearly shown that the legislation has not been able to satisfy unmet needs. The vast majority of rare diagnoses, about 95% of them, still do not have a treatment. Moreover, it showed that not all patients with all treatment for their disease can access it. The problem lies in differences in the approach to reimbursement, which is in the hands of every member state alone. As patients, we have observed that in some countries, people with rare diseases access orphan drugs the moment they are registered in this EC registry. Some access the drugs after a few months, but for most, after years of waiting, many do not have access to such innovative drugs at all. And that is not good. As in some countries, here in the Czech Republic, we have taken significant steps to enable patients to get faster access to orphans. Last year, we adopted new legislation, which enables a new way for orphans to enter reimbursement. Orphan drugs are evaluated differently than other medicinal products in this process. This legislation, which came into effect this January, is only starting to see the light of the day. For the first time, the process now involves patient representatives in the decision-making process. We are now taking our first tentative steps toward gaining experience. As patients, we are very proud that we can be part of this process because we are confident that the patient viewpoint is and should be a significant part of decision-making, and not only for orphans. I trust, however, that changes must be implemented in the revision that will make it easier for member states to enable access to orphan drugs and medicines for children. And that is why we're here today. Access to innovative therapies is a step that can only be taken after a patient is diagnosed. And diagnosis must come early enough for the patient to be able to enjoy the treatment, if there is any available. According to a survey performed by Eurodis, it currently takes around 5 years on average to diagnose a rare disease. This diagnostic odyssey, as we patients call it, is a frustrating and painful path, which, if we do not find the answer, often ends in irreversible health damage, psychological problems affecting entire families, and sometimes, in the worst-case scenario, even results in death. Our goal is to find the fastest possible way to a correct diagnosis within half a year. There are ways to do this. The secret lies in collaboration with experts, communication on an international level, mainly by means of already established European reference networks, but also using methods such as prenatal and neonatal screening. Finding a way to early diagnosis is a topic to be discussed today here as well. Rare diseases often affect multiple organs at the same time. This means that people who live with such a disease need care from several experts in various specializations. There is a need for coordinated and centralized care so that such experts can come together to see patients at the same time and in one place, if possible. That is one of the reasons why 24 European reference networks were founded in 2017. And now there are more than 1,500 centers of expertise across the EU that joined them. There's an even more significant medical reason for multidisciplinary care, and that is coordination of care, which, if left to patients themselves, is inefficient and burdening. I'm very thankful to AIFP and the Senate for organizing this conference. On behalf of the patient communities we represent, we look forward to the discussion among all stakeholders on how to improve and accelerate these processes. Thank you.
Moc děkuji.
Thank you very much. We shouldn't forget that the driver of innovations and companies that launch and develop orphan drugs are pharmaceutical companies which monitor closely the environment on the market. It was the revision of the legislation, both in Europe and in the US, which incentivized this industry sector, which continues to launch more and more orphan medicinal products on the market. So this is something that we need to keep in mind, to keep and maintain motivational changes in the legislation so that pharmaceutical companies consider these investments worth. The Association of Innovative Pharmaceutical Industry is one of the co-organizers of this conference. And therefore, I'd like to give the floor to Pavel Sedlacek, who is the chairperson of the board of AIFP. Thank you.
So, dear Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, dear representatives of patients' organization, dear representatives of academia, and also governmental institution, ladies and gentlemen. The European orphan regulation has been, so far, definitely the success story. But to meet the needs of people living with rare condition, more needs to be done. The increase in the research and development focus on rare diseases, which is basically resulting from this EU regulation, had big impact on innovation and patients' life, leading to more than 190 new medicines being approved in Europe. So European incentives, together with other policies, works and are necessary. But to keep the pace with evolving technology, science, and to remain competitive in very competitive global world, Europe's regulatory framework needs to evolve. I hope that today's conference will help us first set up and define the framework for orphan medicines and pediatrics in the EU. And the second also looks at what obstacles we should overcome in order to ensure the access for patients. Innovation is not abstract word. It means real diagnostics, real treatment, real vaccines, and most of all, it means real patients who get help and can transform their lives. So as the research-based industry, we believe that the Czech presidency of the Council could really help and could move the agenda of rare disease forward. So please work together with us and set the new framework, which would definitely foster the innovation, address unmet medical needs, access for the new treatment, and most of all, better outcomes for patients. I wish you a successful conference. Thank you.
Děkuji.
Thank you.
Invite among us Jan Lekam, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Eurodis. And now Jan will take a place to present his keynote speech. And Jan, I would like to ask you to join a place in the front of me, and he will introduce us to importance of equal access to diagnosis and care for patients with rare diseases across Europe, with his excellent experiences and oversight of different markets and different countries. So Jan, welcome, and floor is yours.
Okay, I hope it works. If I can have the slides, thank you. So the screen, I hope you will be able to see some of the text, and I guess I work with that. So good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be with you and to try to drive you to the proposals which are being made, not only by Eurodis as the European umbrella of patients' organizations, but also by all the experts, the 250 experts in Europe who have been working on the development of these proposals. So first, to go from the needs, as the previous speakers just highlighted, persons affected by rare disease still die prematurely before 5 years or later on. 70% of the rare disease appear during childhood or teenage, and the time to diagnosis still now is around 5 years on the average across Europe. As unbelievable as it can be, that time has not much improved in the last 10 years. We experience significant inequalities across the different rare disease or the therapeutic areas, but also across the member states. And there is a lack of effective treatments, as it has been highlighted by the previous speakers. And here the trend is that for now we have 6% of the rare diseases for which there is a specific treatment. And at the same time, a pipeline of products which for now, based on retrospective analysis of US data and European data for the orphan drugs designated or marketed, that there is a pipeline of 600 new products by the end of 2030, including 1/3 in the area of gene and cell therapies only. The roadmap for rare diseases comes from a foresight study called Rare 2030, which was initiated by the European Parliament, funded by the European Commission, and led by your orders together with 6 academic partners. It's not frequent to have a foresight study in the area of health, even more so at the European level. There has been one on chronic diseases, in the prevention of chronic diseases, and one on rare diseases. So we should take the advantage of having an informed policy agenda to shape the future of that policy. The roadmap that came out of these 2 years of work is that there is 8 recommendations that have been made. I will come back to that. But the main recommendation is to have a new European policy framework, as Pavel just highlighted. It's needed. This discussion on the revision of the orphan drug regulation or pediatric regulations or the access to medicines need to be put into a larger framework of rare diseases, which include diagnostic, which includes healthcare, which includes research and innovation agenda. This framework can be led by addressing the needs of people living with rare diseases, so trying to take that as the main compass of the changes, but to come also to more efficiency in Europe by a better coordination of the different European policies and between the European level and national level. So what are the main recommendations of this European action or action plan on rare diseases? Here's 8 recommendations. You see them here on screen, but I'd like to present them to you differently. Think of 2 elements. One is the pathway of patients from diagnostic to multidisciplinary centers of care, as Anna just highlighted, themselves network at the European level. So what is important is the national healthcare pathways themselves linked to the European reference networks by therapeutic areas, so that every patient has a home, no one is left behind. There is a place to come, there is a system which is being provided to reach the expertise where it is. But also, these healthcare networks need to be brought together much more closely to the research, and particularly the clinical research networks. It's by bringing together healthcare and research that not only we can do the best use of the existing expertise, but also to generate new knowledge. So apply the knowledge we know already, but also generate new knowledge. And at the center of healthcare and research, increasingly, it's the data. So to your point, in fact, and the point of Jakub, the European health data agenda is very important here for the use of the data and reuse of the data in the context both of healthcare and of research. And that approach means to think in terms of ecosystem, the ecosystem between healthcare, research, and data, together with a regulatory incentivizing environment and a research agenda. On the other hand, in the healthcare pathway of patients, we need a more integrated approach between medical care and social care, so to have a holistic answer to the needs of the patients. This is what is captured in these different elements. And last but not least, the availability and access to treatments, which I will go back to into more details in a moment. My second main point is to say that this European action on rare disease is very different than the approach we have had since 15 years. Before, we have been talking about means, tools, create centers of expertise, create registries, fund more research. That's tools. Here, the approach proposed is to say we are at a level of maturity in Europe today to have goals, to have political public health goals. Ensure an increase of survival of children of less than 5 years. Increase by 3 years the survival of patients with rare disease on the average 10 years from now. Second goal, reduce the inequalities and particularly the psychological, the social and economic impact by 1/3. And last goal, reach 1,000 new medicines by 2030 instead of the pipeline of 600 currently, which is, by the way, below the current trend in the US only. These goals, these 3 goals formulated like that, are very much aligned with the overall agenda of the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, which is in fact also an agenda of the European Union and an agenda of each of the member states, including Czech Republic. So that new strategy, in fact, is needed in order to address the huge unmet needs which are still there for rare disease, when in fact the science, the technology, the knowledge, the know-how of all the experts around and policymakers and managers of healthcare system is there. Second, that there is a need to update the policy which has been developed and adopted in 2008, 2009, and I'd like to remind that Czech Republic was the one with Milan Macek and with other colleagues present in this room from the Ministry of Health, have been the artisan of the Commission communication of 2008 and Council recommendation of 2009. We are in 22, and everything has changed, so we need to update this policy. And we would like to make the strong parallel with the Europe Beating Cancer Plan, which is a comprehensive approach, and this is what is needed. So we don't care so much about having a plan or not a plan. What counts is to have a clear strategy with clear goals, and then to leave a lot of flexibility to the member states, to the different stakeholders and actors to implement it in order to reach the goals. So that's the approach that is being proposed in this strategy. These are the 3 main goals that I just mentioned before, and which then can be declined into specific, cascaded into specific sub-goals and measurable. So that's really a major change where the recommendation wants to take the system. So here are the different areas of activity which were mentioned before. So let's go from these Sustainable Development Goals, so the UN Agenda 2030, which again, I repeat, is the agenda of EU and each EU member state. I would add also the fact that the United Nations General Assembly has adopted a UN resolution on rare diseases in December last year by consensus, including with the full support of the Czech Republic, which I thank you for that, because you've been contributing in the year before toward this goal. So now that can translate into this European action plan with measurable goals and a set of actions here with flagships. This approach of flagships is the one taken in the field of cancer. And here I just would like to make the link with our agenda today. Area of action on diagnostic will be discussed in the workshop 1. The areas of action on access will be discussed in workshop 2 and 4. And the areas on healthcare and the healthcare pathways and European Funds Network will be the focus on the workshop 3. Now, timeline. How does that work? And Mr. Minister Jakub Dvoracek referred to it. Slovenia has really started by working on newborn screening and organizing a technical meeting. We will discuss that in a moment in the workshop. And this is being taken on by Czech Republic in July on the 23rd with a meeting in Brno, on early diagnostic and newborn screening. To become operational, to make it concrete, we hope that both France, Slovenia, and Czech Republic will support to have a joint action on newborn screening from 2023. So it needs to be in the work program of the EU for health, so to ask that to the Commission. The second aspect is more broader on the European action on rare diseases. So France has launched the action on that with the conference on the 28th of February, to which Mr. Minister was participating, and also ministers from different countries. In total, it was ministers or deputy ministers from 12 EU member states participating. And this has launched this process toward the European Action Plan. These efforts will be pursued under the Czech Republic in October with an expert conference at the end of October. Now, in the middle here, the moment where we are is beyond this conference, is that in June, there will be the meeting of health ministers of Europe to adopt, possibly, a declaration in that direction. And next will be Sweden as part of this trio from France, Czech Republic, and Sweden. By the way, Spain has been associated all along. The Minister of Health of Spain was present with us in Paris on the 28th of February. Spain has been a leader on the UN resolution of rare disease and is currently already a leader for a resolution at WHO in 2024 on rare diseases. So this is the conference on the 28th of February in Paris. There has been a report published by your orders, but signed off by the Ministry of Health. They have somehow delegated this task to us. So you can have really the essence of what has been said. You have verbatims from the meetings, you have photos, you have the program and participants list. I go back, one second to that, is that what was the focus of the conference in February in Paris? It was clearly rare disease and this Europe Action Plan, but positioned within the new bigger agenda of EU in the area of health called the European Health Union. And the approach of France is to say, let's take rare diseases as a very good precursor, as a very good example of what European Health Union can mean for citizens and for economies. And the specific focus were on European funds networks, their funding, their expansion, their integration into national healthcare system, rare disease data and the European health data space. So here, what was the outcome is to recognize that rare disease should be with cancer two case studies, let's say, of the European health data space. So priorities there. And access to rare disease treatments, opening the door both to the discussion of an EU fund, which I will come back to, and to collaboration on negotiation and procurement. The next initiative under the French presidency is the European Partnership on Rare Diseases. I will not present it too lengthily, but there is two key elements here. The coordination of policies on research on rare disease, which we already do today in Europe, but more important now is the creation of European clinical research networks on rare diseases, which is really the big innovation of this partnership and which is essential to go along the European funds network. So I can only strongly encourage Czech Republic to be part of it if they want to be at the forefront of this research and to be attractive in terms of clinical research and clinical trials in the European context. The next step was the 29th of March, so 1 month after that conference, there was an informal health minister meeting, as it's called, exchange of view of the EBSCO. And the approach of France there was that the response of Europe to rare diseases be a first action of the Union, of European Health Union. And the next upcoming step will be June, for the EBSCO meeting, the health ministers meeting of June, for which France is drafting a declaration on rare disease, very similar to the approach of the declaration on antimicrobial resistance, so that you have a pattern in mind. Now, obviously, we're holding to the changes of elections and governments in France, which, as you know, are happening right now. So there is that level of uncertainty. But there is a draft existing, and I hope that as soon as the new ministers are appointed, they will be able to start the discussion within the trio and then with the other member states. The Czech presidency of Europe, it's coming up very soon now, and that's why we have this meeting today. And it has been mentioned, the priorities are early diagnostic with the meeting in Brno, in 23rd of July, and then the expert conference on the European strategy for rare diseases on the 25-26 October, with a focus here, again, on early diagnostic, on the revision of the orphan drugs and pediatric drug regulations, on the healthcare pathways, and on the access to medicines. So now I change topic and go to the real core of the regulation framework. I skipped these slides because it's very much what Pavel said. What we believe is, and here what I present is more the position of UORDES, developed with stakeholders, but it's a UORDES position. I cannot pretend that this part is a consensus part, is that what we see is that the science is there, the technology is there, not only the technology for the medicines, but also the digital technology, and that we need to adapt to this environment and be ready for the next 10, 15 years. Look, each of this legislation is changing, is adapted only every 20 or 15 years. So we need to be ready for the science of the next 20 years. That's the big thing. So all recommendations are first, that to address the unmet needs, we need a very early dialogue of the stakeholders. Very early. So to start very early the discussion on what do we know about that disease? What is needed? Do we have a registry or not? Do we have the natural history or not? Do we know the clinical endpoints or do we need to refine that? Do we have the surrogate endpoints? Do we have the patient's reported outcome measures? So this is where it can start, and to really enhance the quality of the clinical research, and particularly of the clinical trials. We propose that the threshold of eligibility, so the criteria for orphan designation, stays the same, particularly on the scientific rationale, but that the prevalence stays at 5 in 10,000. Really, I will encourage to resist to any change to that. I know that there is some proposals which are different. That would be very bad for two reasons. One, because it corresponds to a need. Second, because we need to be aligned with the US. All developments of medicines in this area are global. To have a lower level in Europe will really disincentivize development in Europe. And the second thing we'd like to introduce is now the incidence. So particularly for the cancer, and the level of consensus on that is 6 in 100,000. So that's another change, 6 in 100,000, yeah. That's the consensus from the Joint Action on Rare Cancers, which involve all the member states and all academia, so it's consensual, really. The third element is that we are proposing a modulation of incentives in order to attract more the investment where there is the highest unmet needs, meaning areas where there is no research at all, or where there is limited research and no medicines approved yet for that medicine. So, because the first company coming into rare diseases is doing an extra investment and takes higher risks, right? Creating the pathway with the clinicians, creating the registry, validating the endpoints and all that. So it's important to reward that and to attract with a graduated system. And what we propose is not to degrade the current incentives, but it's to add incentives where there is unmet needs. So to align more with the US probably, so where there is already treatments existing, maybe to go to 7 years only of market exclusivity instead of 10 years, but to have 2 more years and 2 more years again according to different situations. So these proposals are being developed not only by UORDES, but together with the European Syndicate of Pharmaceuticals of UCOPE, which is coordinated with FPR, so all that is coordinated at European level, and we have a set of specific recommendations to modulate the incentives here. We are also proposing, but that's more UORDES for now, another incentive which will be for the therapies which have the potential to be breakthrough therapy, to be transformative, and then to have a higher support of these medicines by European Medicines Agency and the European HTA, together with the payers and with an accelerated review. So a system that will make Europe more attractive, a bit like the UK has done already. Keep that in mind. US are adapting quickly now. They are doing better than Europe was doing better before in orphan drugs. Today, US is doing better and UK is doing much better. So we are behind. So we need to catch up and be prepared for the next 20 years. And last but not least, we propose to extend strongly the mandate of the Committee of Orphan Medicinal Products at the European Medicines Agency to take responsibilities from designation to scientific advice, protocol assistance, up to evaluation of risk-benefit under the CHMP, under the licensing committee. So to have a much bigger responsibility, to have a committee specialized in rare disease, knowledgeable about rare disease, working for business, so with fees, except for the SMEs and the academia, but so as usual, but with fees in order to make it a business for the national agencies and again, to make it attractive for everyone. Innovative approaches to improving access, and this will be my last part on improving access to medicines. So first, let me take you to the point that HTA, as it has been mentioned by Thomas, I was trying to say your family name, sorry. And I gave up, thank you, Thomas. The HTA, now we have the European regulation on HTA, as you know, which has been adopted, which means that by 25, all products in the field of cancer and all gene and cell therapies and tissue engineering will be centralized for HTA at European level, and in 28 for all orphan drugs. So that's a major change, but the change starts today already with some of the guidelines and the fact that every company will be able to go to have scientific advice at the European level of HTA. What we are pushing and which is not there, and I hope that we can push the Commission to go there with the Czech Republic presidency, is to have EMA and HTA working more closely on that for that scientific advice, which means that the Commission needs to support that and provide resources for it. Second key element is the European negotiation. What are we talking about here? We are saying, to be very clear, we are not saying that European negotiation should be for all rare disease therapies and all orphan drugs. We are not saying that, because it does work for some treatments. It does work for certain therapeutic areas. It does work in certain situations. What we are saying is that for all diseases of less than 1 in 10,000, so 5 times under the threshold, less than 1 in 10,000, for all the diseases which are complex treatment, like gene therapy, cell therapy, or biological, like an enzyme replacement, for instance, and for all therapies which are costly, either by patients, high prices, or high budget impact, here we need to join forces. The system is broken. It doesn't work. It is extremely unequal, and countries like Czech Republic, or even more other countries in Europe, in EU or outside EU, like Balkan and Baltic, are clearly disadvantaged. Or the small countries like Luxembourg, Cyprus, or Malta, for instance. So we're proposing here that the member states have together negotiation with the companies. And we're saying European negotiation, so not to talk to 27, but to talk to one which has a mandate from the 27 member states. Think particularly of the gene therapies, which are for 5, 10, or 15 patients per year, delivered in only 1 or 3 centers in Europe. How will that work? It will never work. So we need a system to be organized for that. The fourth proposal is to recognize that the generation of evidence on all treatments is a continuum. It's not marketing authorization, a red and green light only. The generation of evidence is all along clinical trials and after the clinical trials, because we have a high level of uncertainty at the time of marketing authorization, which takes us to a fourth proposal of an EU fund. So what we observe today is the huge difference in pricing and negotiation across Europe. Yes, huge differences, but we see there is a pattern. And for that reason, we will soon announce, beginning of June, together with FPA, for the first time, we will have a joint position where we will promote tiered pricing across Europe, which is not easy to implement, we recognize that, but which we hope will be an important reference. The way we see the system working with joint negotiation, European negotiation, is to have a negotiation on the value of the medicines and its potential price, then discount for uncertainties, and 3, to apply this tiered pricing, so that there is something to win, both for France and Germany as major markets, but also for Italy and Spain, as well as for all countries which today are negotiating without power, to be honest, in all this situation. And I think Czech Republic knows that bad experience of being powerless in this type of negotiation. The bargaining power is a good thing for industry too. Then there is predictability of revenue, there is immediate introduction. This is what this industry is made for, to address the needs of the patients and to create the next innovation. The life cycle approach of generation of evidence enabled to go from the current system, which is on the top of the slides here, with the issue of high uncertainties, negotiation, and then we're stuck in that situation for the coming years, or to recognize that there is limited evidence at the time of market authorization and have a system in place to generate real-world evidence at the European level, funded by an EU fund, in order to be able to review the value of the medicines and then to have a full HTA review a few years later. The EU fund, the proposal here, which is supported by France and which we hope Czech Republic will take also, is to create an EU fund, so with public money from the different existing bigger funds, EU funds, in order to support the generation of evidence in this phase of post-marketing. We have to see the details of how it works, and to do that, you or this NFPA at the European level, so the syndicate of industry, will work together and develop a technical proposal submitted to the European Commission. I thank you for your attention to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan, and looking forward to your continuous presence during the panels. Dámy a pánové, nyní bych chtěl přivítat dalšího řečníka v této sekci.
Ladies and gentlemen, now I'd like to give the floor to Professor Milan Macak. I think that I don't really need to introduce him in this or to this community, and I am really looking forward to his speech on what's going on in clinical centers, because the availability of innovative treatment is also about the system of the dispensarization of patients suffering from rare diseases. So, Professor Macak. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm also going to speak in English.
Distinguished guest, Mr. Senator, dear colleagues, dear friends, it was a really impressive keynote speech, which I guess set the stage for further discussions during the workshops, which we shall have as breakout sessions. First, I would like to zoom out a bit because, we are still talking about rare diseases and about the future. And what we see not only in the academia, but also in European professional associations, is that, in fact, rare diseases are vanguards. They are I would say, the first forerunners how personalized medicine will be carried out in the near future. As we see that, common diseases are now becoming more and more stratified into better defined entities and so on. So everybody's speaking about personal medicine, and it's a mantra for politicians, it's a mantra for pharma, but in fact, in reality and on the ground, rare diseases are the ones who paved the road and who paved the road forward. The other thing which I want to zoom out as a clinical geneticist, we experience the diagnostic odyssey, which is really a major issue for us. We get patients who they do get specialized care, but it's not integrated. They jump from one specialist to another, and all of a sudden to realize that everybody gives them a particular diagnosis, gives them a particular view, but nobody looks at them, what we do in genetics, and what we try to teach now, the new generation of medical students, is to look not only at one organ system, but each disease, in fact, is a syndrome, as in rare diseases. So, multidisciplinary care is important, and we will discuss that later on. And also, one thing on a personal note, the most, I would say, in our career, and I can speak for not only clinical geneticists, but people who are involved in rare disease care, is our, I would say, liaison, friendship with patient organizations. We all of us are flooded with the avalanche and the tidal wave of all the, I would say, information bombarding us from all sides. And we just can't cope. I mean, it's beyond the capacity of us to know all those 5,000, 6,000, whatever, plus diseases. And also in genetics, we have 20,000 genes, maybe there are 27,000 genes, it's still being updated, and it's just impossible. So we use databases, but databases are not people. We need to deal with people, and we need to deal with patient associations. So for us, it's not only rewarding, but we have Anna here and others. It's humbling because patients are the real experts. They know what is important. For instance, we are taken away by the fact that we can establish I would say, etiological diagnosis. We know which gene rearrangement is responsible, which variant is there, but it's not what the patients want. It's part of it, it's fine. But they want to know, will my child go to school? You know, will he or she will be disabled? What are his or her prospects? So working with patients is very important for us, and it's humbling. And yet again, it's the, I would say, prerequisite of implementing personalized medicine in common diseases. So we all need to work together, pharma, patients, doctors, academia. We are on the same boat, especially in a time when innovation is rapidly increasing, yet I mean, the healthcare funding is limited. Our populations are growing older, and there can even be different priorities. Who knows? So we need to work together, and we are on the same boat. So thank you, Jan, for the introduction. Now, on the local level, I didn't prepare slides just for the sake of time, because yesterday we discussed with Jan and others and with Jakub Dvořáček that we should really scope it in a more broader sense. But I want to say for our Czech colleagues, our country is particularly strong in terms of rare diseases. In fact, it stems from the long-term tradition of pediatric and early care since the 80s, to be quite frank, and a generation of doctors and we as their pupils, and in fact established high-quality pediatric care, remember the care for mother and child. And from this, the backbone of our university hospitals, the so-called fakultní nemocnice, as we say, is uniquely poised. And in fact, I just would like to say three words. There were, or three, I would say, concepts. First, Czech Republic is really uniquely poised because in terms of care for rare diseases, and in which is exemplified by our participation in the so-called European reference networks, we are first in the EU 13, I would say, domain. That is in the new member states. We are 8th in Europe, in European EU 27, which is impressive given the comparative amount of money and expertise which we have compared to the larger EU countries. And also, I mean, in terms of domains covered, with the exception of 2 European reference networks, we participate in all of them. And 2 university hospitals, the one in Prague, here where I am, Motol, has 16 European reference networks, while Brno, where Dr. Kraus has been had been the director, has, I think nine European reference networks. And they belong to the top 20 institutions in Europe, leaving behind centers like Leuven, leaving behind Leiden, a lot of the Austrian centers and so on. So we have a unique infrastructure, we have a unique expertise here, which is based on, I would say, excellence, dedication, and on people who really dedicate their time beyond the regular job. And this is one of the things which we need to work with, because there's an incoming generational change when we really need to make the system, as Jan said, sustainable. Finally, I would like to, before we start the discussion, I wrote a couple of things. What for us in academia is very important, what Jan has said, and everybody says that all the time. There's a clear, blurred, not clear, but clearly, there is a blurred boundary between research and clinical care. It's a continuum, and we need to realize that. And yet again, rare diseases are the forerunners in this regard, and more we see in cardiology, in oncology, in neurology, you name it, right? In all fields of medicine, that without this integration of clinical care and research, you won't move forward. And that's very important. So generation of real-world evidence, incentives for the pharma, everything is very important, and we should foster this. And our presidency is uniquely poised in this regard. So finally,
I mean, the EU Fund for Evidence Generation, you all heard that from Jan, I won't touch that. So what I want to say that for our Czech presidency, we are preparing 2 workshops. Victor will speak about the newborn screening. And in fact, we are also quite far in this regard. Remember, we are screening for 18 diseases. It of course can be more and more, but then we need to also discuss the costs. We need to discuss the clinical utility and so on and so forth. So we will have a workshop to which you are cordially invited, and I just would like to correct Jakub that it's not in June, 23rd of June, but it's in July, and there will be a celebration of one of our most famous compatriots, Johann Gregor Mendel, who is in the top 5 of the most, I would say, Googled. Today, Google is the etalon of what is important, right? So if you Google the most important people, our compatriots, they don't have to be Czech. Just forget about nationalism. People who were operating in the region of Bohemia and Moravia and Silesia. You have Sigmund Freud I, you have Gregor Mendel II, and we will be celebrating today, this year, the bicentennial of his birth. And thirdly, it's Copernicus and others. So Mendelian diseases, rare diseases, right? That's how we geneticists call them, are at the forefront, and we will have the workshop of newborn screening this year in a very important, I would say, celebration in Brno, and we are really glad that the Ministry of Health and all the ministries, the Prime Minister and everybody else put their auspices for that. And then we will have the fall meeting, for which we are trying to now gather, I would say, intellectual inspiration, but also policy inspiration from Jan, from our colleagues in the Senate, in the Parliament, from Jakub, and we are very much looking forward to this. And the outcomes from the Senate meeting here will really give us a strong, I would say, not only political, but also what I now hear from Jan, practical and what to say, evidence-based approach, how to push things forward, and there are very nice initiatives in the pipeline. So finally, thank you very much for coming in here, and we hope that the Czech presidency, and now I'm shooting it off the top of my head, it was not pre-discussed with Jakub, but the Maltese presidency issued a declaration, and they issued a key declaration which hasn't been mentioned here, like 3 important steps which should be carried in the future. So maybe in the fall meeting we should also issue a Czech presidency declaration as to how things should continue, or should continue in the future, and how we can move forward for the benefit of the patients, which we doctors, together with the patient associations, the pharma, and so on, are taking care of. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope I didn't speak too long. Thanks. So,
Thank you very much for these introductory remarks, for outlining the themes to be discussed. These introductory remarks and keynotes serve the role of inspiring further discussions in the workshops. So we'll discuss in the 4 workshops ahead of us for key topics, and then we'll summarize the output. So I'd like to thank all the speakers. We'll now break for coffee. And afterwards, I'd like to ask you, after the coffee break, to break into workshops. So workshops number 1 and 3 are in the Friedland Hall, in the little room behind the refreshments area. 2 and 4 will be held here in this main meeting hall. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to start the workshop on early diagnosis of rare diseases. May I have the slides, please? First of all, I would like to introduce the people who are here today. We have a representative of patients. Jan Beckam doesn't need any introduction because you have heard his introductory talk before. My colleague Karolina Pešková is sending her sincere apologies. She cannot attend due to urgent working situation. Professor Jana Haberlová is not here. to cancel, so sorry. But we will have Urch Krošelj from Slovenia, who will join us online. I'm really glad that Urch was able to join. And finally, Dr. Ondřej Májek. So we have here stakeholders from patients, laboratory specialists, clinicians, as well as a health information expert. Just a follow-up or giving a frame for how we can diagnose the disease, a rare disease in patients with such diseases. There are basically two pathways. One pathway, which is a focus of our today's seminar, is the pre-symptomatic diagnosis in all newborns. It's on the right-hand side. And the newborn screening, although it is scientifically based, it's always a political decision. And that political decision reflects societal values, whether you value more money or health. And nowadays, genomic screening is being developed in many countries. However, there are a number of ethical and social and scientific issues which need to be solved before we can start genomic screening at large. Although the newborn screening can be done, and nowadays the largest programs, for example in the US, are screening for about 50 rare disorders. There is at least 8,000 rare disorders known these days. The inherited metabolic disorders, which is a field I'm working in, we know now about 1,500 different inherited metabolic disorders. So they constitute about 1/5 or 20% of all known rare disorders. So you can see in the pie that we are screening only for a fraction of diseases and fraction of patients. And on the other hand, the blue part shows you that most of patients with rare diseases are going through the diagnostic odyssey. Jan has mentioned that the average time from first symptoms to getting diagnosis is about 5 years. Of course, it depends on the severity of the disease. The less severe the disease, the longer the odyssey, and the more chronic, the longer the odyssey. So the patient odyssey through the healthcare system is really burdensome for the patients because there is a lot of uncertainty, a lot of psychological burden. These patients do see many specialists, and most importantly, if the disease is treatable, there is a missed opportunity to treat. If you look into the number of diseases screened across European countries, for some countries, Eurodis did not have the data, but you can appreciate that, for example, France in 2020 screened just for 5 disorders. On the other hand, much poorer Hungary or Portugal screened for about 30 disorders. So there is no connection between the national gross capital product and the number of diseases which are being screened. And the reasons for this inequality are not completely understood. So what we can say about newborn screening programs across Europe, in different countries, we screen differently. We have different organizations. For example, in countries which are small, there are typically 1 or 2 centers which are screening. In countries with federative arrangement like Italy or Germany, there are many, or Spain, there are many laboratories, and it's much more difficult to govern. Newborn screening is a complex system which is aimed at detecting patients at an early stage in the pre-symptomatic phase. And the main aim why to screen is to start early and efficient treatment or other intervention. In 1968, Wilson and Jungner proposed 10 criteria. We can summarize them into 4 domains. One domain is that the disease should be an important health problem, and that we can detect patients in the asymptomatic phase. The second domain relates to the test. The third domain relates to the treatment, its efficacy, and also on the consensus whom to treat, which is really an important point in genomic screening, because we may not predict reliably what will be the outcome in the patient. And finally, the whole screening program should be cost efficient within the healthcare system. And that's also another issue which is coming into attention these days. This is not very well legible, but I can show you the data for the Czech screening program for 11 years. We screened more than 1.2 million newborns, and we detected 1,100 patients with 18 disorders, which are the primary targets. The birth frequency is about 1 in 1,100 in our country. We are screening for disorders of hormones, congenital hypothyroidism, congenital adrenal hyperplasia, then for cystic fibrosis, and then there are 15 or have been 15 inherited metabolic disorders. As of January 1st, 2022, a pilot program was started to screen for spinal muscular atrophy and severe combined immunodeficiency. So this is time to give the floor to Jan.
Yeah. Sorry, I will run at the same time my computer because I'm not sure I can always read from here. Yeah. So first message really I would like to share with you is why to push for earlier diagnostic? Because if it were so obvious, we would be doing it since 20 years. So there must be questions about why it's not done. And the key reason for us is that, sorry if I step because I can see that we're in a small group between us, is that in the field of cancer, early diagnostic is a consensus since 30 years, 40 years. I was working in cancer before, so in the US and here, so I know that. And there was really consensus. In the field of rare disease, it doesn't seem obvious. It seems that the obvious thing is to wait that the people have really a lot of problems and end up being diagnosed. So this is the mindset we need to change. And the reason then of early diagnostic, the benefit of early diagnostic is to improve the health and social outcomes. And we are suggesting to insist on that, the health and social outcome, because that means better quality of life and longer life for the individuals, but also benefit for society. We're reducing the waste, we're improving the investment into health with better health outcomes, but also we're improving the social outcomes, so the integration at school, at work, payment of taxes, which is always so important. And we like to do that, right? And so the clinical outcomes are important, the psychological outcome. Clearly, there is a lot of evidence that the fact that you are not diagnosed or you have misdiagnosed makes your life a misery and the life of the parent often a misery. The economic impact is strong because there is a lot of wasted in the healthcare system, but also for the families, and the social impact. So the gaps we see today in Europe, that goes very much along what Victor just said, is the long delays in diagnostic, which should not be accepted as an evidence, but are really unnecessary delays, and are increasing inequalities between the different rare diseases also. Because there is very much a link, sorry to say, more to awareness than to science. If I take the case of my family who were affected by cystic fibrosis, my older daughter, why did we have newborn screening in 1992 with pilots across Europe? Only because of awareness, not because we had treatments available, right? So it's basically the pressure that we're able to exert. And so we need to have that in mind to try to be more fair across the rare diseases. The second issue, the second gap, is the misdiagnosis. And we still see, and I hope that the next studies being performed either by us or others in Europe will show that there is still a high level of misdiagnosed, which is dramatic because it's a waste in the healthcare system. And second, because for the families, it's huge challenges. You adapt to a disease, and at the end, you don't have that disease, but you have another one. You have non-adapted treatment. You can be on psychotherapies when you don't need it, or you can be on medicines that you don't need, etc. The inequalities also between countries in Europe. And here in the context of that conference, as we are preparing for the Czech presidency, I insist is that we really need to build on the best practices of some member states, which have been mentioned by Victor. We could mention also Italy and Netherlands, which are more advanced in that regard, or Slovenia, Czech Republic now, so a certain number of countries, which can really be the advanced group to bring along progressively. We recognize that it has to be progressive, that there is a lot of societal value involved into that. So it has to be a dynamic more than a decision. And so for that, there is an instrument which are the joint action to bring together member states to work together based on best practices in order to work on what you described, that it's a process, the newborn screening. And we have different things to discuss collectively at the European level if we want to decrease this level of differences. So three stories. If I start by the middle one, cystic fibrosis, is that I mentioned that in early 90s, it was a lot of pilots across Europe. And what we've seen for cystic fibrosis is that every country was doing pilots to show the benefit of newborn screening. Is that really necessary? Probably not, because yes, there is different national healthcare system, there is different values, so you may want to do that. But at the end, but a lot of the questions to which we need an answer are the same across Europe. So we could perfectly think of coming together around that table, the 27 member states or beyond, even with WHO Europe, and discuss what are the key questions we have and see how we could address these questions, and then do pilots in several European countries to have answers across, right? We will save a lot of time and money and efforts of the clinicians, of the managers of the hospitals, and of the families. 32 years later in Europe, cystic fibrosis is being, if I am correct, you correct me, Victor, is being, there is newborn screening in every EU member state, except Sweden still. And
I think Milan is much better expert on
so still not Sweden. I don't want to create a debate about Sweden.
No, I can check right away, but
right?
Sweden and two or three other countries.
Yeah, so it's just to highlight that we may really wonder why, right? And what we observe in CF is that there is really robust data, thanks to the European registries, that there is a strong advantage in terms of health outcome and social outcome of having newborn screening, because you have a better management of care, because you have prevention of infections, because you are delaying the appearance of comorbidities which are linked to cystic fibrosis. And I take you now to spinal muscular atrophy, and thank you, Victor, for mentioning that Czech Republic will now have the newborn screening program, which just makes sense after having approved Zolgensma. If not, why to wait that the patients have developed symptoms which are hardly reversible and still to pay for a medicine rather than treating a newborn before they have the symptoms, right? So, and it's going to be often like that for the new treatments that are coming into the pipeline. Newborn screening will be key. We see that for cerebral leukodystrophy. We see that for so different diseases which are now for which there is treatments, transformative treatments coming in. So spinal muscular atrophy, interesting. 2 years ago, there was already in conferences presentation of results from several countries of pilot studies, and including the economic data showing the strong evidence of the benefit of doing newborn screening for SMA. And you see still, it takes years to get that being appropriated. So we need to speed up that process. If we pretend to have science-based policy, evidence-based policy, we need to improve that level of evidence. So what are the questions, what are the evidence we need to make decisions making? All decisions are always in the context of values, but we know that the values is somehow one portion of it. There is that big portion about the evidence and the science. Fabry disease, this is just to mention a more complex situation, because you can really debate about Fabry disease, whether what's the benefit of newborn screening, when in fact, right, you have the appearance of symptoms sometime only later on, and you have forms of the disease which are not so dramatic, so you're creating a lot of stress in a family, maybe, which may not be needed. So that's typically the kind of situations where it is more complex, just to highlight that. So overall, the delays in diagnostic continue to be unnecessary and long, but the early diagnostic enabled better access to treatments with better outcomes there, better access to multidisciplinary specialized care to prevent in particular the comorbidities within always these complex diseases, and to also maintain a better social support, so integration in kindergarten, in school, in work, etc. And also to limit, by the way, the fact that often the mother have to stop working in order to take care of their kids. Just to mention that we're doing, I don't know what, it's a messy slide. It looks so nice on my computer. We are running a survey at the moment across Europe and also in 6 countries worldwide as a pilot, which is an action of EURODIS with the Global Commission on the Diagnostic Odyssey for children with rare diseases. We have already 8,000 answers, so, and the survey is in 26 languages. So the results will be presented, the first result will be presented in June at the European Conference on Rare Disease, full results in fall. But I wanted to share with you the very first thing, because I knew we're in a small group and I can trust that you will keep it confidential to you. So the survey aims to see the delay to diagnose today in Europe, the different steps, and the obstacles. So that's based obviously on many other works already done by and published on that. So we're focusing only on the well-identified obstacles and the role of new technologies. And you clearly cannot read this slide, which is almost on purpose. I will mention that to my colleague Anna, who prepared that. I would say that was bright. But what that slide tells you is that based on the first 8,000 replies that we got, we see that the time between the first symptoms and the first meeting with a medical doctor is 6 months across all rare disease and all countries. The time between the first symptoms and the first symptomatic treatments is over 3 years. And the time to the confirmation between your first symptoms and confirmation of your diagnostic is 4.5 years. Which really, we were extremely surprised. We really thought that it would have improved more. It didn't. It has been reduced by 1 year in 10 years, in 10, 15 years. So it's dramatic. And if you take the people who are still undiagnosed, on the average here, it has been 13 years waiting for the diagnosis still, right? And then what you see on the right, but I will not describe that, is the different impacts that the patient and families themselves describes in terms of what the diagnostic has changed for them. So in terms of understanding how the disease progress, obviously, in terms of adapted care, treatments or surgery, access to clinical trials, financial support, including social security for health. So that's the first ones. So more information to come on that. So the kind of solutions clearly is obviously raising awareness, so education, particularly of the primary care, so the GPs, the pediatricians, so that they refer more quickly, because we see that delays, right? So refer more quickly to the hospital centers. Early screening and detection, particularly newborn screening, but as Victor highlighted, even if we go to 50 rare diseases or tomorrow 100 rare diseases, it will still be only a fraction of the rare disease and of the population. So we need to keep that in mind, that newborn screening is not the alpha and omega of everything, and that it starts first with referring through the doctors. And third, the genomic sequencing, mentioned also by Victor, which is really a game changer here, but we need to take it into the routine, but in a targeted way, right? Particularly in the neonatal situation, or to integrate it. There is not only the blood analysis, the biological analysis, or the medical imaging, but to put genomic sequencing quickly into the set of exams in an approach to diagnose. Artificial intelligence we see plays a growing role, but Milan could develop that on genomic across Europe in the universities to speed up, to be more accurate, but also to address the lack of human resources in these centers, and to do more also remote virtual consultations, which has shown to be as satisfactory for patients and families in different pilots. And the coordination of all these diagnostic as an entry to the care, not an isolated action in itself. So we developed 11 principles on newborn screening, which I will not develop here because then we will present the synthesis of the work and integration of our discussions with the specialists from the learned societies and the clinicians, which it's important. We need to be multi-stakeholder here. At the same time, we try to convey our specific messages in the field of rare diseases. I think we agree on everything. The only point where we still have disagreement, I would say, is that we're calling for newborn screening of some what we call actionable diseases, which means that we're saying that it's not always necessary to have a treatment, to do newborn screening, because already a multidisciplinary management of care of the patients and having the diagnostic early for the families is transformational in terms of quality of life and survival. So at least for that reason, for many rare diseases, it would make sense. And economically probably too, but that needs to be demonstrated. And I just mentioned that before, so I can stop here, and I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jan. Clear as always, and I really appreciate your efforts in making the rare disease field so prominent and progressing, and that's really thanks to your this. So now. Oh, okay. So I'm sorry, we will go to the deficits at the end, which is a little bit not logical, but I will give floor to Urch to present the data generated during the Slovenian presidency.
Yes, thank you very much, Victor, for invitation, and thank you very much for organizing this event, which kind of follows the Slovenians' attempts actually to improve the situation in this field. So, as you remember, we organized at 11th of October 2021 under the auspices of Slovenian EU presidency, the meeting called towards equity and innovation in the newborn screening across Europe. So our aim was really to focus on two major aspects of newborn screening. One is the question of equity across different EU states, and the other is the question of how to innovate in this field in order to change the practice. As you know, newborn screening has truly a transformative potential, and we are now on the brink of genomic era. We really can appreciate that things are evolving really fast, and we need to be prepared. But despite this, I would say, fast developments, there are still many key challenges ahead. So there are, we can say, quite unacceptable differences among different European states, especially some regions typically lag behind. So we have some European regions, for example, Southeastern Europe, with really scarce newborn screening programs or even non-existing. But of course, as mentioned before, some countries have very well-developed programs. So the question here is, what is kind of minimal set of screening conditions for year 2022, and perhaps how to best share these practices across European countries. So, and we need really here to innovate to be able to share these best practices. And I think very important for sharing the best practices is really to speak the same language. And our I would say, considerations also based on our discussions, which stemmed on previous meetings among the main stakeholders, which were also invited to our meetings, are really, I would say, attempt to identify areas how really to speak the same language. And same language here, for example, is to have the same performance indicators, same case definitions, that we really need to learn from experiences based on registry data, to share the registry data, to have the interoperable data. And of course, as mentioned before, very important would be to share also experience based on the pilot programs, not to, I would say, reinvent the wheel for every disorder in every country. So that there, we could definitely claim a huge reserves already there. And if we learn how to really communicate effectively, I think we could be much more effective, and also perhaps help those who lag behind. For example, we need some initiatives to help the countries which really struggle with newborn screening, perhaps to offer kind of exchange programs, to have some resources to share knowledge, ideas, and best practices. Yeah, that's, and of course, at the end, we also recognize the rapid development of genomics area, which will definitely have in the next years quite a transformative influence on this field. And perhaps for the end, I think it's also important to stress that though the newborn screening is quite well accepted in the public, of course now nothing else in the medicine is kind of self-evident, or we cannot really automatically expect that public will embrace each. So how to maintain the trust in the society with regard to newborn screening, I would also stress, is very important aspect we would need to have in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Urh, for joining from Slovenia. It's very good to have you here on board, and I apologize that we did not give you more time. Are you still staying with us, or do you have to leave now?
Unfortunately, I will need to leave in a few minutes. I will share in chat our article. Perhaps that there, if somebody is interested more in detail, it will be accessible. Or I would be happy on other channels later on to, if there are any questions or any other ideas, to share my.
Maybe we can ask Jan whether there are not any questions to Urh from the online chat. So far not. Okay.
Yeah, thanks. I've just shared to the chat our paper, so perhaps you can see it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the reference is given in the slide, which is summarizing those the key urgent initiatives needed. Okay, thank you very much, Urh, and I hope that the activity which you proposed and pushed so heavily during the Slovenian presidency on newborn screening will go forward under Czech and Swedish and hopefully also Spanish presidency, in order to improve and to develop more equity in newborn screening programs across Europe. So once more, many thanks and have a good day.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I also hope that these activities will be ongoing. Of course, we cannot solve all these issues with one meeting, but there really needs to be a continuous process.
Maybe I don't know whether Jan doesn't want to comment on that, because you mentioned.
Just maybe briefly that I think that what has presented, which is based on the technical meeting in Slovenia, it could be taken really as a base for the discussion in the 23rd of July here. And that I think that now is where we are. We should think from a very operational perspective, what's the next step? And if the next step is basically to have funding in order to collaborate between member states, it means a joint action on newborn screening, or a joint, probably that, but it could be considered also as a joint action on early diagnostic if we want to do both newborn screening and genomics. So I don't know, but maybe it's better to be more narrow and to go step by step. But and then it means that we need to prepare, maybe in the next 2 months, I would suggest to prepare the language of 1 page, half a page, of what should be this joint action on newborn screening. Basically the type of language that you have in the work program of the European, of the EU for Health program, so that this can be conveyed then by the official channels of the Czech Republic, of Slovenia. I know that France will support it. They have not been involved into the work politically into newborn screening, but they will support a joint action on that, so that we can, and Italy will also, so that then it can be introduced now in the discussions of the work program 2023 of EU for Health, if we want to have the call for joint action next year, which would mean a start in 24. So time, it always takes time, right? So it's so we have a base. That's what I think.
So it's very good that the topic is being considered also at the highest political levels, and that's important to have support. So thank you once more, Urch, and we will go back to the slides. Thank you. Bye. To structure the whole screening program into several steps. And as we said before, it's not just doing a laboratory test. The first step is actually providing information about the screening, about newborn screening to prospective parents, and to build trust between the scientists and physicians on one hand, and the prospective parents. So there must be a public trust into newborn screening programs. So that's one step. The second is the collection, transportation of samples, which also is not as easy as we may intuitively think. Next step is the laboratory diagnosis, which involves pre-analytical issues, instrumentation, chemicals, kits, etc. Next step is evaluation of results, framing them into some decision limits, and reporting the results back. Also, it's very different in different countries, and I'm now listing the steps just to stimulate the discussion so that we can do it openly. Next step is confirmation, so all the testing, the patient care pathway after the positive newborn screening test, followed by therapy. But I think we will not talk about therapy too much here. And the process is finished by evaluating both the process by key performance indicators of the newborn screening program, which is basically testing how the processes go on. And most important is the testing of the clinical outcome of the patients. And we are lacking a lot of evidence in this area, long-term outcome of newborn screening and the clinical as well as social outcome. In my opinion, we may be, as physicians and scientists, following different outcome measures than matter to the patients. We may be happy about having good blood level of certain compound, but patients may be more interested in whether they have to cook a special diet and to weigh every amount of food they are taking. And of course, we need to collect the data, to handle the data, and that's a role of health statisticians, which also play a role. And by evaluating the whole program for newborn screening, we can find deficits and gaps, and therefore we may carry out additional pilots, we may drop some disorders, we may add new disorders based on technological development, treatment developments. So this is really a cycle, life cycle of the newborn screening, and the newborn screening programs are dynamic. They can really expand, but they can also constrict for some disorders, and there are examples of that. So that was just to frame the steps, and it would be really good if we can start discussion. So.
So thank you very much for the invitation, and also thank you very much for the great insights, actually, because I'm already learning a lot, to be honest. And regarding the statistics, or more general the health information, I think that's actually the point zero, maybe, because in my opinion, and it's probably not surprising, I think that one of key reasons for the great inequality we see in the availability of cancer screening or of the newborn screening programs may actually be inequity in health information. And what does it actually mean? This means, on one hand, how the information is generated, but on the other hand, also how the information is actually used by decision makers. So yeah, I don't believe that the great differences we see are actually because of different values or different burden, or even because of affordability. And it's maybe more about how this evidence is presented to decision makers and other stakeholders. But that is definitely not the only one problem, because the second problem is how the evidence is actually generated from the health systems. And yeah, I come from Institute of Health Information and Statistics, and I have to say that the rare disease area is just not so, let's say, simple as with traditional entities we are monitoring. If we have cancer, that's traditionally quite well defined, essentially, at least the big cancers, less for rare cancers, and it's getting more difficult, of course, for the stratified diagnosis, because eventually every disease may become rare disease, even for cancer. But it's much more difficult for the rare diseases in general, and that's why I think also a key issue is actually how we record the information on rare diseases in our health systems. And again, example of Czech Republic, we see that the health information are very much fragmented at the level of providers of healthcare. So I think one of the most urgent steps is actually somehow to standardize electronic health records. So the health system at local, regional, but national and international level can be much more interoperable, and we can actually know what is happening and compare between member states. And for example, it's just a few days that the Commission actually released the European Health Data Space proposal for regulation, and I think it will be with us probably for a few years, but it would be great if at the end there would be something very useful, but also if it could be incentive from the very beginning to actually start to refresh our health information systems to make it more accountable regarding the rare diseases. And then we will be able to generate better evidence and also to use the evidence better to inform the decision makers.
Thank you, Andrei. There's one notion which emerged to me, because you're working or have been working in the cancer area, and Jan as well. And I'm just wondering why cancer screening is more successful than screening for rare disorders. And I'm thinking that for cancer, you can use morphological methods, you can use imaging methods. And most of cancers, perhaps with the exception of endocrinological cancers, you can find some somatic abnormality. And those techniques are available in every hospital. Every medical student learns at least a year of pathology. So the morphological methods are more readily available everywhere. while for many of rare diseases nowadays you need highly specialized laboratory tests which are not available in every point. But since we are coming to the genomics, maybe that genomics will be the new imaging techniques of the future. However, there are large differences, and Milan knows very well that in genetics we cannot predict things with certainty into the future, and that's a major issue and probably a major contrast to the imaging methods which were so successful in screening systems.
This is a very important topic of genomic screening, and you're very right that in current medicine we still have the Virchowian concept, like Rudolf Virchow, you know, the father of pathology in the 19th century in Berlin. And the idea is that each disease has a sort of necroptic correlate, a bioptic correlate. The thing in cancer, in my opinion, you know, and from the clinical practice, is based on the fact that, first of all, it's a scary thing. Secondly, so you have a lot of, let's say, personal, political, whatever attention to it, because it can affect any one of us. The second thing is that the cancer field is, I would say, very strong in terms of the interest of pharma, interest of politicians, policymakers, and so on. So there, the early diagnosis is sort of considered as being obvious. Rare diseases are going into this field as well, but they don't have all the time this pathological anatomical component. While they have more, our aim is to diagnose them prior to the occurrence of symptoms. While in cancer, it's the same, but usually in reality, there are some minor already changes. So when, for instance, a symptomatic patient comes, he or she may have, let's say, several grams of cancer cells, while we aim to do it at a, let's say, 100 cell or 1,000 cell level, which then enables us to have more efficient interventions. So to cut it short, I think rare diseases are now becoming part of the mainstream, although for us and for the older generation of doctors, it's very difficult to raise awareness that rare diseases are here because they don't see them. For instance, when we were trying to raise awareness among cardiologists about, let's say, sudden death, right? Sudden death due to arrhythmias, due to arrhythmic syndromes. Some of the key people were quite arrogant. They say, hey, why do you talk about these things which we don't see in practice? We see them once in 15 years, once in 10 years. We need to deal with things which really threaten the populations, like myocardial infarction, stroke, or whatever. But when you tell them, look, you know, this is where you can really make a big difference through early interventions, or through screening, like the example of the Euro last year, where this Danish football player nearly died on the field due to arrhythmic cardiomyopathy, then all of a sudden you raise awareness that this can affect any one of us, and nobody is protected by statistics, right? In rare diseases or in cancer. So if we change the mindset of the mainstream clinical field, I think we can make a big change for rare diseases as well, and to show the parallel between cancer and life-threatening rare diseases, because most of the disease you are dealing with, Victor, are metabolic, and a lot of them have, I would say, a very violent course if they are not diagnosed early on, and can have a devastating effect. And in terms of genomics, just to cut it short, here the situation is a little bit more, I would say, tricky, because genomics has a great promise, but it's a very good servant, but very bad, I would say, landlord, we call it this way. In terms of a servant, if you know how to use genomics responsibly, and in the European Society of Human Genetics, there's a lot of initiatives how to use genomic testing in a responsible manner, we need to realize that we are still only scratching the surface in terms of variant penetrance, in terms of variant expressivity, and in the absence of a disease, having a variant does not mean that you will necessarily become you will necessarily contract the disorder. And a nice example was, for instance, the COVID pandemic, when we had a big trouble to explain to politicians that if somebody is positive by PCR, it doesn't necessarily mean that he or she has the disease. And that's the same with genomic testing. Then when you have a positive result in an asymptomatic newborn, with very few exceptions, it's extremely difficult to say whether this baby will get sick or not. And even in so clear-cut diseases such as CF or DMD, we are still struggling 30 years down the road to explain the variants. So I'm not saying no. I only say that we need to be careful and responsible. And before we understand the 98% of the genome, the regulatory parts, we should not be taken away by the analysis of the coding sequence, which is merely 2%, where only several genes we know with quite certainty what the variants do, like BRCA1, BRCA2, which the pharma is using, or cystic fibrosis gene, or DMD gene, SMA1, SMN1, and SMN2, and so on and so forth. So I would press for the keyword responsibility. And also, what we see now from carrier screening programs, and we didn't have time to discuss that, is that many private companies are pushing for carrier screening in recessive rare disorders, which is perfectly fine. But what we see is that when we look at the number of detected carriers versus those which are detected, the same diseases which are detected in carriers versus those which are detected biochemically or symptomatically, there's a tremendous disparity. So what I want to say is that genomics is, I would say, ascertaining 10, even 20 times more than what is in fact symptomatic, which again shows how limited knowledge is in terms of penetrance and so on. So I don't want to sound alarmistic, but there's still a lot research which needs to be done, and indeed there's a blurred research between diagnostics and research, and NBS, as Victor has said, is a long-term process where we really need post-real-world evidence whether the variants are pathogenic or not, because remember, their pathogenicity is assessed still based on their prevalence in symptomatic cases which are diagnosed clinically, and not based on their prevalence in asymptomatic cases in the general population. And we don't have data for Europe, and we don't have even data for Central and Eastern Europe, where the genomic data are, I would say, extremely, underrepresented in international databases. So, in fact, genomics could, in fact, if not applied responsibly, increase disparities rather than erasing them.
Yeah, thank you very much. Regarding the cancer analogy, I would just, I very much agree with Professor Macek said, but I would just add one remark: don't be fooled by success stories, because we know actually, my first reaction was, okay, why cancer screening is successful, but it started like with cervical screening, like, I don't know, 70 years ago, with a very simple test, and with at those time quite a prevalent disease, and it was successful. But still, we just have 3 population-based cancer screening, and we don't know much to do with, for example, pancreatic cancer, which is very high burden and a very high fatality disease. So, and why we have this Europe's Beating Cancer plan? It's again because there are vast inequalities in Europe also regarding the access to those established screening programs. So, yeah.
I would agree very much with Andrzej. Is that? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Please, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that we have 2 more minutes for the discussion panel, and then we have to move on to actually back to the main conference. Also, please do share. But I just wanted to make sure that we do end in time.
No, on cancer, I would agree with Andrzej that we shouldn't be too ashamed. just remember that the big US cancer plan by Kennedy was in the 60s, by de Gaulle in France for Europe, the 60s. The International Center on Data on Cancer in Lyon was also created in the 60s. And today we don't have such a robust, we do have a lot, but it's not so robust, right? So, and I agree also on the screening program. So and it's all about awareness, it's all about political will, it's all about critical mass of money, but also of researchers, of clinicians. So it's all about that, which we are not there yet, clearly in rare disease, but coming that direction. Parallel between the cancer and rare diseases, I mentioned already the early diagnostic, the fact that it's obvious in cancer, it's not obvious for rare disease. The second is on treatments. I'm still amazed to see that in approval of treatments for cancer, we value highly to gain 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 6 months of survival, when in rare disease, we're still waiting for the graal of having a treatment that saves your life or you die. But gaining 1 year, walking when you didn't walk before, maybe is that so important? So, I mean, it's crazy. So we need, yeah, it's crazy. So we need to change that perspective, I think. Just to be very quick.
So we are approaching the end. I just wanted to say that it was a vivid discussion. And Jan, you mentioned one important issue, and that is there are evidences, although they are not complete, for benefits of newborn screening. However, there is a big gap between having the evidence and getting the evidence to the policymakers, how to accept that. And I think that Eurodis is doing a lot of work to work with the politicians and policymakers to bring the evidence to them. Is that the way how to go?
I want to watch that, but is that, I think from what her said and what you said, and what you said too, is that I think we need to pay a lot of attention of what we want to do in this joint action at European level. What is because we cannot do everything, right? So what can we achieve in 3 years? If I put it bluntly, I would say, do we want to focus on the performance indicators and on how to present the evidence, as Andrej was saying, for policymakers, and to leave a lot of flexibility, exchange of practice, yes and that, but not try to harmonize or standardize everything that you've listed, Victor, from collection of samples, from the transport, the laboratory diagnostic chemical test, evaluation of results, which is extremely important and can be improved, but maybe doesn't need to be standardized, but can be more about exchange. What we want to standardize maybe is the performance indicators and how to present the evidence to support policy making. So my suggestion is that, but I think we need to make a choice because I hear really 2 different orientations here. And from my experience in previous joint action, we need to be careful because 3 years is flying like that. And harmonizing practices and organization of healthcare, that's a tough one. And there is so many resistance because different systems are different. So I will tend to trust the actors at local level and to give flexibility and focus on the end, on the goals.
Okay, thank you, Jan. I see nervous eyes of Jan, so we have to finish. Thank you all for participating in this workshop, and I wish you a good rest of the day.
The time is up, so I'd like to ask you to take up your seats and welcome you to this panel, which is going to focus on how to ensure timely availability of innovation, especially in the area of drugs for rare diseases. I'm very happy to have here panelists who have a lot to say on the subject, and I'll try to stimulate the debate. So please don't hesitate to join in the debate and talk about several fields. We got here Irena Storova, the director of the State Institute for Drug Control. Thanks for joining us. We got here Engineer Ladislav Friedrich, the president of the Association of Health Insurance Companies of the Czech Republic. Thanks for joining us. And we got here Dr. Alena Mikova, the Director of Department of Medicines and Medical Devices of the General Medical Insurance Company of the Czech Republic. We also got here David Koláč, the Executive Director of AIFP. So these are the people whom you can ask questions. Unfortunately, this doesn't look like a panel too much, but we'll try to deal with it. When I was thinking about the content of the debate, I thought I'd start out with the opening question, which is what's going on the European level and can have a real impact on the availability and access of orphan drugs to the Czech market. Just to wrap up or sum up, apart from the regulation which says that orphan drugs are registered within the EU, there are several areas. Oh, Jakub's coming, so I'll let him sit down and then I'll give him the floor. You heard in the beginning that there is the question of the joint ATA evaluation, and the goal is to try out this access in pilot projects as regards breakthrough pathways such as gene therapies, where the prevalence of the diseases is less than 1 to 10,000. So we should actually further narrow down the scope. Well, I'm very happy to get Jakub here, and let's talk from the perspective of the EU, but also and especially from the perspective of the Czech Republic, because the majority of us are Czechs. So what can this legislation bring to Czech patients? When can the procedures be applied? There's the question of horizon scanning. There's also the ATA evaluation, which includes the joint assessment and joint consultations, which are namely meant for manufacturers who are planning to develop therapies and need to jointly discuss the greatest issues. So I'd like to give the floor to Jakub, and then there'll be a Q&A session, and then we'll move on to the Czech legislation. Hello, and sorry for the delay. Well, what we've already discussed and what you heard in the beginning, what the European Council and the Health Directorate want to achieve is similar, and that's early access of patients to medicines. And this is something that you can hear about in all debates when people talk about the pharmaceutical legislation, as well as when they deal with OMPs. I've already mentioned the drivers for research and for the funding, and also on the efficacy and the increase in the efficacy so that medicines can get ideally at the same time to all patients in Europe. Of course, there is the question of reimbursement mechanisms, and of course, these differ across Europe. Also, we got national regulators who provide approvals, but what we want to achieve is to have medicines available across Europe all at the same time, and this has to do with rare diseases as well. What is also essential is horizon scanning. Tomáš mentioned that. This has to do with the evaluations made by EMA. It's also about the speed of the evaluation, and then In the Czech Republic, we can see consequences, but I'm sure that Irena Storova will touch on this issue and on the evaluation on national level. We know that in the past, in our region, we tried to talk about joint evaluations. We are talking about this with Slovakia. We want to multiply the capacity, which is important. Of course, there's always a limited number of evaluators, and small countries won't never have the same capacity as Germany, France, or Great Britain when it was a member of the EU. So we need to get early knowledge about the medicines and also make them available in time. Another important topic is the real use evidence. That's something that's discussed by the European Commission. We deal with this topic and we try to figure out how to get and collect the data on the EU level and how to provide the data to the national agencies so as to minimize the risks associated with this sort of technology. We need to create a good system for insurance companies so that at the end of the day, we can say that the technology has brought the expected results. I can see a big role of joint HDA. We shouldn't do same things over and over again. We need to increase efficiency of the assessment of safety and efficacy. And I think this is something we can do together. We can minimize the demands for the processing of the individual applications for authorization. We also need to say that the Czech Republic is rather exceptional. We are a small country, but there is still a miracle. We've managed to speed up not only the assessment of the medicines at the level of the State Institute for Drug Control, but also at other levels, including insurance companies. Of course, this depends on people. People, as we say, are replaceable. But to tell you the truth, I think that it is a big merit, and we should be really thankful to the State Institute for Drug Control and also to insurance companies because they are willing to negotiate. And I think that's the basis for the availability of drugs to patients. At the same time, this approach can reduce risks on all sides. So I'm hoping that the new payment schemes will be adapted to what the Czech Republic can handle and what we can do based on our legislation. So it all depends on close cooperation among the individual stakeholders on the market. And of course, patient organizations have a crucial role here because they need to assess how the specific medicine or technology works in practice. And that's something that only the patient can tell us. Only the one who's become familiar with the technology can tell us how it works. So these are important aspects, and we want to build on them. We see the patient as the core of the whole process. I'm also convinced that Europe will continue to work on involving patients and patient organizations in the whole process. And I think that things can really improve there will still be dialogue. Not only the European Commission, but also the European Parliament will continue to deal with this problematic. It is important to align the vision in terms of rare diseases, that is the agenda, which is similar to oncology, to the funding schemes. We need to align the future of the rare diseases with funding. And I think that clinical trials are also important. We need to cooperate with academia, and the Czech Republic can definitely make a leap forward in this respect. The Health Directorate is currently discussing the acceleration of clinical trials which originate on in the academic environment. And I think that the academia will be able to push forward the research so that the economic output would be available not only to patients in Europe, but all over the world. We want to manufacture these technologies in Europe, but provide them further. If you look at the last decade, Europe is somewhat lagging, or has been somewhat lagging behind. And we should be inspired by the US. We follow very closely what the FDA does, what the different agencies in the US do. This can be an inspiration for Europe so that we can promote our competitiveness and so that there can be benefits on the medical level and that can be benefits on the level of research so that we can create footprint. That's about it. And thank you. Thank you. I'd like to open the debate on the first part. That's what's going on the EU level. You've heard about the HTA assessment. That'll only concern the clinical part, the comparative efficacy and safety, which is, however, important for the subsequent follow-up processes. So why do we need to identify the right comparators and so on? We know that different types of approach on the European level creates a mixture. I'd like to give the floor to Director Storova. We know that we got an HTA authority, and I'd like to ask you about your approach. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I thank you for the invitation and for the floor. Of course, all of you who are here know that we've been trying to apply the HTA principles for a long time during the standard administrative proceedings. And I'm very happy to say that at the end of the last year, we managed to push through the legislation aiming at orphan medicines. It's a new type of administrative proceedings, which is quite revolutionary for all of us. There are many important things for us, but also for those in the field. We were trying to act in a responsible manner. We have sort of a checklist of tasks which we've assigned to ourselves internally. And whenever I go through it, I'm happy to state that it's all done and published. So we decided that we'd create internal procedures And these are finalized and ready, and we try to follow them. Of course, this creates demands because there are completely new stakeholders coming in. At the very beginning of the process, you can see not only the holder, but also the insurance company. Sorry, it's my fault. Maybe I'd like to leave aside the implementation of the legislation, and I'd like you to talk about the joint HTA assessment. I'm sorry to be that rude, but can you just maybe focus on the HTA and on the European process of joint assessment? And then in the second part, we'll go to the joint process, and the third part should deal with the practical implementation of the legislation on general health insurance. Okay, thank you. Well, I think I won't tell you anything specific because during the whole process of the HTA regulation, we were involved in the process along with the Ministry of Health. We provided our inputs, and to tell you the truth, I don't think that there will be any major surprises or anything we haven't heard of or haven't seen. From our perspective, that is the assessment itself, it'll all depend on the implementation into the Czech legislation. The regulation is in place, and now we are debating about a timeline. That's what we'll need to submit. It's probably not a secret to say that we are talking about an amendment to Act number 48, which will be the backbone act, which should newly include the European topics. I think that the launch will be rather slow, but unlike other countries, I think that the Czech Republic is ready and we can do things. So, as usual, it all depends on the weakest link, but I don't think we won't be the break here. I think it will depend on specific national frameworks, because from the expert perspective, I don't think there is a problem. What might be more complicated are the economic issues. That'll be a challenge for the Czech Republic. Maybe a small sub-question. We got the UNITA initiative, which continues with the methodological work. Is the Institute for Drug Control or the ministry involved in the preparation of the packages and so on? Are you involved or active in any way? I totally agree with you, and I think that the implementation may be more difficult to do in systems which are already in place. But we are in a preparatory stage. So, for example, the comparator and the possibility of having a board in the preparatory stage, is that anything which you can see is going on? Well, we've been active during the whole preparatory stage. For example, in the HTA network and so on. We've actually thought we'd leave because we've told them everything that we wanted to tell them. But our European colleagues talked us into staying because they are, as they say, Czech colleagues are a great contribution. Personally, I'm not afraid of HTA in the area of medicines. What is a greater challenge is, in my opinion, medical technologies and medical devices. We've heard a lot of that. I think that this is a completely different area. The assessment criteria are quite different. And I do not think that the Czech Republic has such a vast number of experts in this field. So I'm not afraid of medicinal products. We are active on the EU level and we are almost ready. I'm afraid of medical technologies. And there is a question of whose competence this will be. Everybody says that it should be the competence of the State Institute for Drug Control. And I am trying to say no, not because we wouldn't want to do that, but it has consequences. There are economic issues. You need to have the necessary know-how and so on. Thank you very much. So, questions from the floor. Please don't hesitate to ask, and please take a mic, and then you can ask your question or raise your comments. Katka Kubačková, please. Hello. My name is Kopečková. I am an oncologist in the hospital of Motol, but I've also been involved in the area of regulation of OMPs. My question is, how binding will be the European assessment for you, Director? I mean, when there is the economic assessment. Well, I think that'll be a question of amendments to legislation and how it'll be implemented in this country. But it is a regulation, which means that it will be binding on all of us. I don't want to draw any conclusions here. I may seem rather careful, but I don't want to give you a definite answer. A small comment from my perspective of a person who's been involved in the HTA assessment. One thing is the binding character of the methodology and of the legislation. I think that as for the methodology, the concerns are rather pointless because the Institute for Drug Control has been involved in this, and I think that there will just be a better regulatory framework. The assessment will be decentralized, for example. I think it's a pity that Great Britain left the EU because as a result we lost a reference agency, and for the moment it doesn't seem that there is another natural leading agency which would be able to take over its role. So I think that at the end of the day it can be helpful even for the State Institute for Drug Control, because it'll give them reference documents, and maybe these reference documents will have higher quality. Eva Karaskova, MST. I thank Kateřina for raising up the subject. It's something that we discussed during the break. I got historical experience in the European regulation. And let me just say that the regulation didn't show up out of the blue. The intention dates back to 2012, based on the joint network of ATA. And the time allowed has been here for the member states to try out how beneficial the exchange of information among big agencies is or is not. And the assessment is binding on member states in this part. If they don't want to use it, they must provide legitimate arguments for their position. And sorry for my comment, but my question, to what extent do you think this would have an added value? I mean, I'm not talking about something that's mandatory and made mandatory by the EU. I'm talking about the benefits of the possibility of taking over good things from the big players. Thank you. Thank you. Well, the development of or the evolution of the whole regulation has been rather lengthy, and it has seemed all the time that we are all in concert. We want to make an expert assessment together. We'll do this all at once, and it all seemed plain sailing. But during the last stage, all of a sudden, there was this debate about the binding character, and this is where many differences occurred. So as for the State Institute for Drug Control, I can say that I don't see and foresee any problems because, as I've said, we've been using this approach for a long time, but everybody's afraid of the financial consequences. And during the last 6 months, there was pressure on finalization, and of course there were conflicts and issues. The Czech Republic is a small country, so when voting we had to figure out which group we should adhere to. So the ending was not idyllic, but I think we've managed. Thank you. I'd like to give the floor to David Kolář now. One of the reasons, which was mentioned, was diminishing the duplicity in the assessment. For example, you have one authority and 45 different HTA systems. So, David, what is the perspective as regards the implementation of the regulation? Can you tell us a few words? Thank you. Yes. I'll give you a follow-up on what Director Storova has just said. The regulation has been changing quite a lot. First, it seemed there would be a single assessment within Europe. Now it seems there will be just one part which will be joined and the rest will be assessed by the national authorities. And from our perspective, this is a way to accelerate the pathway of smaller countries, so to say. So the Czech Republic could benefit from this, but we need to really make this beneficial for everyone. And I think we are ready, and I think that there may only be benefits at the end of the day. There's no one having a question, or yes? Yes, I have a question. In connection with the new approach to orphan assessment and this regulation, is there an echo, the amendment to number 48? Well, there are two parts to this. On one hand, it's the European level and the legislation and the revision of the rare disease legislation. For the moment, I think it's not really covered. As for the second question, that's something I'd like to use as a starting point or for the follow-up debate. We are looking forward to the debate, and we have adopted a rather ambitious, progressive legislation. We've implemented certain elements in the area of rare diseases which have been recommended but not implemented for a long time. These elements include the involvement of patients in all stages, the possibility of assessing orphans from the whole perspective of the whole society, looking at the impacts on the patient, but also on his or her family and the society. And this means that the whole process needs to be redefined. Jakub has been talking about the unmet need on the European level. And I think that's one area where we should see inspiration. It is something that we haven't been able to cope with. The orphan legislation basically says that if it's an orphan, the unmet need is confirmed without any discussion. But we've heard that in some sorts of therapies, like breakthrough therapies, there might be a stricter definition needed. So we'll need to deal with how to quantify the need, how to deal with it. It's like an elephant in the room. Nobody knows what to do with it. So I'm somewhat frustrated. I saw the efforts of WISE to define the wider society benefits, which ended up as a political fiasco. So maybe we, as Czech representatives, can be inspired. Maybe just briefly, the process of definition making is at the very beginning, but what we need to say is that it's discussed by colleagues, and I'm convinced that this will be a key part of the whole package, which is supposed to support innovation in Europe. And the way it'll be set up is a huge question. Nevertheless, the will to set the incentives, whether this concerns patent protection, other systems of support, there is an important trend and will to push this forward, and it should be aligned with the medical need definition. And unmet medical need is a concept which keeps evolving dynamically. Last year, it was different from what it is this year. So we need to follow long-term development. Investments in long-term research won't be simple. And I can see many obstacles ahead of us. We'll probably need to take several different paths to accelerate the immediate need and its immediate saturation. At the same time, we need to focus on long-term support to research and development. So I'm not sure whether, no matter how precise the definition will be, I mean, the dynamics of the development are so fast that it is hard for me to imagine how it'll work, how it can be aligned with funding. And without any doubt, whenever there is a definition, there'll be a greater will for funding. Maybe a small comment. I can see the definitions of unfed medical needs in three areas. One, in the orphan legislation, the second one, which is more general, that is unmet medical needs in relation to research and European level and so on. And third, the crisis cross-border threats. So there is a number of debates which are going on, and it's a never-ending story. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to give the floor to the representatives of health insurance companies who are here on the panel. And I'd like to ask you a question. Every day you need to negotiate with various stakeholders, and the budget is limited. So what do you think of the current Czech assessment? What are you missing in this assessment? And what should be needed to make your work more effective and targeted? Also from the perspective of the Horizon screening and so on. There are various European initiatives which could be taken into account. First, I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Mikova and then to Mr. Friedrich. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, good morning. Thank you for giving me the floor. And I'd like to answer the question raised by Tomáš. And to do so, I'll take you on a trip into the past. You've already heard that the Czech Republic should not be ashamed at the moment of anything. We are in a position of becoming a leader because during 2018 to 2020, we've made a huge leap forward from position number 22 to position number 11 as regards the availability of orphan drugs. But it's not just about the work of insurance companies, but also about cooperation with patient organizations and all the other stakeholders, including health insurance representatives, because only based on negotiations among these stakeholders, it has been possible to implement all the changes and provide the necessary therapy to those who need it. Last year, there were 390 sharing schemes concluded on the level of the general medical insurance company, VZP. Of course, if you look at the beginning of the problem, it's about the comparators and medical assessment. And of course, regarding orphan and rare disease products, it may be rather complicated. As for Horizon scanning, every year we make a plan for the whole full number of patients. So I think that this is something we can build on. As I said, we concluded 390 resharing schemes, but recently there has been a pressure on paying for the performance. Of course, we got or have entered into pay for performance contracts, but there's one thing missing, the identification of the patient. It has to do with the setup of internal pay systems. And very frequently, there are very narrow indications which need to be identified in the system. And technology is actually here an obstacle because, for example, if you look at gene therapy, hemato-oncology, solid tumors and oncologies, these are just units. And as they do in Europe, we want to progress in this field, but we need to have the technological support and background. We need to have the infrastructural data. whether you talk about cystic fibrosis or other orphan diseases, you need to have quantifiable parameters. We talked about this during the break. We need to set measurable parameters, measurable indicators, so that these outputs can be obtained in an automated manner. This is something that's discussed across Europe as well as in this country, and I think we can expect progress. Of course, we've applied or implemented various types of schemes. We've implemented various types of contractual provisions. But we should definitely see progress in what the therapy brings us. I know that we shouldn't go back to history, but we were all involved in the preparation of number 48 and orphan medicinal products. The development is going forward very fast. Patients are well informed. And in the meantime, we've had to implement this in the system. So last year, we came up with joint positions. And despite the fact that the legislation was not in place, as of the end of 2021, in Czech Republic, we had 43 reimbursed orphan indications. I think that even from the European perspective, it is a very good figure, which we can be proud of. But we shouldn't, this shouldn't calm us down. We should continue so that we can implement more and more products. Because if we don't do that, patients will adhere to Section 16, and there will be a great pressure for individual authorizations. Mr. Friedrich, the same question. What are you missing in the system to be more effective and more responsible for public funding? Well, thank you for the invitation and for the question. I'll try not to talk about the procedures themselves or on the efficacy, because that's something you are experts on. What I believe is important is that in the Czech Republic, there are multiple factors in the Czech Republic in place. On one hand, we got new orphan legislation, and we don't know how the application will work in practice, what will or will not be efficient and efficacious. Then we got a sort of unfortunate amendments to the reimbursement legislation, and this will also have an impact. Now, please don't I just want to say that there is a risk of growing expenditures on this segment. Since 2010, in the Czech Republic, we've created a new segment of healthcare reimbursements, which hadn't existed in the past. And since 2010, this segment has been growing. Just to tell you a few figures, since 2014, thank God we got centers. We all appreciate their existence because they improve the quality and efficiency. But to fund the centers, in 2014 we got 11 billion, and in 2022 they'll cost 30 or 31 billion. In the meantime, we kind of skipped a whole chapter of GPs. And today, even a combination of GPs and pediatric physicians. And this segment is allocated 24 million this year. whereas centers are allocated 31 billion. And of course, I understand that these things are correlated. It definitely has a benefit for patients. Innovations are extremely useful, but I think that sooner or later, the Czech Republic will have to deal with a question of how are we going to fund these innovations. This year, we are in a stage of correcting the subsidies from the past years. You know that this year there should be certain restrictions. Tomorrow the deputies are going to start talking about reimbursement and the future. And this morning you might have heard the words of President Schmutzler, the president of the stomatological chamber. So during the past years, every 2 years, there was a 3 billion increase. Now, if the 5 billion for the next year will represent 1 percentage point out of 2, we'll have to explain stomatologists and other specialists. Then there is a new segment which was born, and we need to say who is going to pay for it, whether it'll be the insurance payers or whether it'll be the state. But in any case, during a time of economic recession, we won't be able to fund the existing pace of increases. So I don't want to be pessimistic or anything, but we are building a new house. We want to equip this new house with standard European tools, but we've forgotten about the investor, because that's something you need to build a new house. So 2 remarks. Number 1, health insurance companies are not robust institutions enough to provide expert capacity for everything. So we definitely appreciate if the Ministry of Health or the Institute for Drug Control told us what's ahead of us and what the impact of the discussed changes will be. And second, if from the perspective of the EU legislation and regulation, there is a pressure on the Czech Republic, if we can fund safety devices on the railroad from European funds, maybe we could fund certain expensive drugs from European funds as well. I'm sorry if I made you upset by talking about a lack of funding, but I just needed to say this. Well, I was actually hoping that you'd tell us about this. Of course, we are not the ones to discuss the funding, but actually, to tell you the truth, we are not able to lead this discussion, and I'm sorry about that, because the funding is needed, and there is not enough funding in the budget, so we need to figure out where we can get the money from. Now I'd like to give the floor to Jakub and Irena, and please prepare your questions in the meantime. I think that what you heard from Dr. Mikova and Dr. Friedrich is something that needs to be done jointly, because Horizon scanning takes place on the level of the Ministry of Finance as well as Ministry of Health. And yes, it is something we should do together, and we can do it. It won't be easy because it's hard to predict what will be the elements which will be in the system. There is one more thing that the President touched on. We are talking about European strategies, but we need to update the National Rare Disease Strategy, and that's actually a strategy for the years 2022 to 2030. And I think there is a close correlation with the medical environment and health insurance companies. The cooperation needs to be there, because if we want to move forward, the funding needs to be aligned with a timeline. And there is one more consequence. It's the strategy Health 2030. That's the key comprehensive document. And as the time goes by, I think we should look at the key aspects which are listed there. Unfortunately, drugs are consumables, so historically they have never been financed by the EU. But maybe we can find mitigation in other areas so that the total sum can be positive and not negative. And I think that we really need to stick to the 2030 strategy so that we wouldn't miss some of the schemes and lose some funding. In my opinion, I think this is where we can help the health insurance companies. And I think it's quite relevant. Yes, thank you. There is nothing to add to that. Thank you. Maybe I'll come up with a small light at the end of the tunnel. I don't know what the expectations are, but in compliance with the regulation, there is a cooperation HTA group, which has a number of subgroups to deal with various topics. And we, as the Czech Republic, have been thinking about talking about a flexible list of unmet needs medicines. And what is important is to lead or have regular consultations. And this subgroup should deal with the problematic of pricing and reimbursement, and with the burden put of the individual member states. We are not the only one dealing with the question. And as usual, early consultation is important. The subgroup is being created, and the question will be discussed. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to give the floor to debate. Okay, René Brečťan, Czech Association for Rare Diseases. I'd like to react to what we've heard from the representatives of health insurance companies and the care in centers in the Czech Republic. We call this center care because it is about care. I mean, not only the costs are rising, but also the number of patients is rising. And patients should be transferred to these centers. So we should move in the direction of center care. And I can share specific experience. We've already heard that treatment exists for only 5 to 6%. But what is also important is to help patients live a better quality life, and centers really contribute to this. If you look at the patients who stay in the regions and those who go to centers, there is a huge difference. So that's something that needs to be taken into account. And maybe one thing that won't be discussed, but we were talking about the new system for orphans. All the stakeholders agreed on that last year. And my feeling is that we are at a train stop and we are waiting whether the train will come and move on. There are very few applications, and patient-specific experience is that access to Section 16 is becoming limited. I have a feeling that the access through Section 48 will provide a solution to everything. But I think that Section 16 will still be necessary. And in my opinion, there is a gap. Thank you. Ivo Hlavac. I don't have a question. I have two remarks. First, I'd like to react to the words of Director Mikova. Thank you for the openness you presented. Let's assign a homework. The data space will be one of the key topics of the Czech presidency. So let's make a data healthcare semester. This is one of the greatest traps for the pharmaceutical industry. And this concerns not only orphan medicines, but also all the other medicinal products. Number two, I usually agree with President Friedrich. You know that we are one of those who agree a lot. I have, however, one thing I'd like to ask. You mentioned the center care in connection with the threat of the stability to the healthcare system. Of course, this is demanding, but at the same time, it is something that moves the medicine forward each year at such a speed, which is amazing. Please stop raising concerns about this little piece of reimbursement or funding until we see that health insurance companies actually start really dealing with areas where the spending is really uneconomic. I understand what you mean. I understand your concerns. But Czech healthcare system has much wider problems than this. Thank you. President, I'll let you react in a minute. Question number 3 will stop in about 5 minutes. So just a fast reaction and then Petr Hayek, UCB. I'll be very fast. We've heard a lot about various definitions of performance-based agreements, joint HTA, and orphan drugs, but we haven't mentioned the data yet. And all this, what we've discussed, is or should be based on evidence. So my comment or question is, what do you think about the future? Because the Czech Republic definitely has room for improvement. Too bad we started discussing all the issues during the last 5 minutes, because there's a lack of time. So I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Friedrich, and then to our host, Senator Kraus, and then I'll wrap up. And then you can talk more during the break. There are various initiatives, and we need to persevere and try out the data-based mechanisms. Thank you. I just like to react briefly. I agree with almost everything. I hope that I expressed myself well enough. I know that centers are a step forward. It is effective, it is beneficial, it's good for patients. But I'd like to really oppose to what you say about concerns which wouldn't be useful. What you're saying is not right. Health insurance companies have made tremendous efforts to reduce any unnecessary expenditures. We've helped the companies, we've helped to save billions during the COVID pandemic, but we haven't found any allies. Just a few words from an internet debate. Health insurance companies say that they have benefited from all the options which are available. And some of the people in the debate say that it's right for health insurance companies to pay 800 crowns per test for anyone who wants to go on vacation. There's been a mission from the OECD and from other institutions. Everybody is telling us what we should do, but as long as the public doesn't agree, please don't tell us what we should do. Thank you very much. Can you please react to this, because this could be a subject for another workshop? Senator, can you tell us a few words about that? Well, this is definitely a topic which has been discussed for a number of years, but nobody is actually courageous enough to sort of initiate a discussion throughout the society. I don't want to go into details, but we know that private money is only a minor part of the Czech healthcare system. And we'll definitely want to implement sort of a voluntary, supplementary insurance payment. I don't want to call this any controversial names, because I know this is a huge issue. We want to be inspired by foreign experience. We know there are various types of supplementary insurance schemes, and we could use them. But the worst thing is that for a number of years, this question has not been communicated. And telling people now that they should pay an extra is really hard. Yeah, we keep your fingers crossed.
Let me, however, say that I would like to support President Friedrich in the following. We keep discussing the income part, the payment per state policyholder, but on the other hand, in provision of healthcare, there is a lot of inefficiency. And where I see a realistic way forward is to achieve savings. That is how regional care is organized, primary care, and so on and so forth. And naturally, I don't have a recipe for how to solve it. It's discussed at multiple levels. But besides the income, we should really take a look at the costs, the expenditures, and take steps towards removing inefficiencies. Thank you very much. We can't continue to discuss for longer, so let me shorten my conclusions. I wanted to keep the discussions limited to the theme of the workshop, that is in connection with EU legislation, not really discuss Czech legislation per se. However, what we need to focus on is the European Health Data Space, HTA, and other initiatives, and have a say in that, and use those also for our sake in the Czech Republic. Thank you very much for your involvement in the discussion. Thanks to all the panelists, and let me now close this workshop. We'll now have a keynote addressed by Jean-Christophe Tellier. So he'll deliver his keynote speech. So let's now take a 2 or 3 minute break so that others can join us in the main meeting hall. And thanks to the panelists once again.
I hope you can hear me well, dear distinguished guests. And first of all, my apologies not being able to be with you in person. I would love to be in Prague today, to be with you to take care of this very important topic. And I first would like to thank the Healthcare Committee of the Czech Senate and the Czech Associations of Innovative Pharmaceutical Industry for giving me the opportunity to talk to you today and dedicated so much time to this very important and critical element at that particular moment. The research and development of new medicines is, of course, fundamentally important for us all. It's important for the 30 millions of Europeans who live with rare diseases, for every child, for every family affected by the illness, for our clinicians, healthcare systems, and for the society as a whole. New breakthroughs in medicines are the main hope for a treatment, a better treatment, or ever a cure. And for any case, being able for all of these people to live a better life. The current ongoing review of the pharmaceutical legislations, including the orphan and paediatric regulations, is a unique opportunity to ensure that we continue to build on the successes of the last 2 decades. When EU's strong and predictable framework have allowed us to research and develop more than 200 innovative products for rare diseases who had no other alternative previously, to boost research in pediatric medicines, and have enabled hundreds of biotechs and SMEs to be created in Europe in just 20 years. I know that some of the discussions around this evolution of this legislation sometimes lead to some part of the stakeholders thinking that it would be possible to change this environment, notably by reducing the intellectual property protection. As such attempt will not only fail in practice, it would also ensure that Europe may slip further down in the ladder of competitiveness and attractiveness for investment into these extremely complex diseases. IP incentives are there to boost innovation and not to manage access. Over the last decade, we have seen science developing a new and exciting direction. Scientific advances have opened up new opportunities and making possible to treat disease that we thought it was impossible to treat before. If you take few examples such as cell editing and gene therapy, often mean that we will be in the future with one-off treatments replacing a lifetime medical intervention for patients. Underpinning the progress are the EU orphan and pediatric regulations. These regulations have helped foster and accelerate the development of new medicine. Both regulations, from our perspective, have been a great success because it's allowed us to drive research into areas of unmet medical need, where only 5% of the rare disease are estimated to have an approved treatment. So it's important to continue to make progress into this evolution. Much more can be done and needs to be done. And the past 20 years have demonstrated that there is a pathway in order to better access and to better offer solutions for these patients. So the key questions now is, after this first step and these first achievements that the industry and all together we have been able to achieve during the last 20 years, how to continue to develop the innovation to make sure that we are able to address the needs of people living with very rare conditions. Today, we still have 95% of the diseases which have no treatment. That's cover more than 80% of the patients suffering from rare disease. And so the key question is how to crack that nut, how to continue to progress in such a way that we will be able to find treatment for these patients that otherwise we will not have no solution. We need to understand that up to now, fewer than 50 new rare disease therapies per year are approved by regulatory agencies worldwide. So there is a living gap between the need which remain and the current pace of which innovation is able to cover these needs. Because if we take a simple math at this current pace of drug development, it would take more than 100 years to take the treatment of all rare conditions, assuming that we will be able to find solutions for each disease. Children and patients living with rare disease cannot wait, and together now we need to create the right condition for them to have a solutions and for us to bridge this gap. Some of the hurdles are well known. The small numbers of patients with rare conditions make it difficult to conduct vital research, while trial on children come also with a lot of complexity. And even when a new treatment is developed, the potential patients populations where it can be used is by definition small, fragmented, not always well diagnosed and treated. And so existing incentives and rewards are really important to make sure that we continue to stimulate basics research, translational medicines, and making sure that we are building an economical case for investments which today are not always covered. The revision of the orphan and pediatric regulation is therefore critical and important to continue to drive more research and to develop new medicines for children and people living with rare disease, with the understanding that the lack of therapeutic options in some areas can be also a consequence of existing scientific, regulatory, and economic barriers to development. And that's why, as an industry, I feel that we have to ensure that Europe can be at the forefront of the development and authorizations of next generations of treatments, and that we deliver a step change in faster, more equitable access to innovative medicines for patients. The FPI have developed proposals targeting all of these barriers, these challenges, as well as ensuring the right regulatory, scientific, and economical environment for orphan and pediatric medicines development. This is imperative if we want to meet the public health challenge of rare and pediatric disease in the future. A future-proof regulatory framework and a predictable intellectual property and incentives ecosystem are critical to create a research and development environment that will deliver the innovative therapies for tomorrow. We are an industry of very long cycle between research, candidate development, and being able to launch a product. Many years goes on. So that's the reason why we need a stable and predictable environment to be able to go through. But we will not be able to do it by ourselves. We need to join forces. And I think one of the learnings of the recent pandemic have illustrated how much collaborations between all stakeholders are important when we want to accelerate the outcome. And if everybody is aligned towards the same goal, we have demonstrated that we will, and we have been able to deliver. There is no reason we should not and could not apply the same rules for orphan and pediatric medicines. So we must work together. We need to share with all stakeholders involved a kind of a moonshot mindset to get a deeper understanding of disease, having an environment that stimulates basic science in our university and scientist platform, making sure that we can then accelerate translational research into potential medicine for this underserved disease by setting also, for example, a European-wide patient registries. So this moonshot is needed to unlock the potential of science, de-risk and accelerate research and translations of knowledge into novel solutions, and ultimately create value for patients and changing the patient's reality into the journey from diagnostic to treatment. This is the level of prioritizations and commitment from all stakeholders that we need to create an R&D environment for rare disease and pediatric research. But to be truly transformative, new therapy, of course, must need to get to the patients who need them. We have just done our job and we are fulfilling our mission. Not just we are being able to innovate, even not where we are able to create new medicine, but it's when the patients get the benefit of them that we fulfill our mission. So ensuring that patients get faster, more equitable and sustainable access in Europe is a common ambition that we share with patients, with you, with institutions and governments. Yet access depends on several interlinked factors and mostly at member states level. And so European pharma legislations cannot solve this challenge. To make real progress, we need a shared evidence-based understanding of the root cause of barriers and delays to patient access, and we need tailored solutions. The one-size-fits-all is not appropriate here. In the world where new medicines are improving life and transforming healthcare, we cannot afford to keep patients waiting for an opportunity to access to treatment. As the Commission's review the EU pharmaceutical legislation, as well as the orphan and pediatric regulations, we need to ensure that the barriers to innovation, access, availability, and affordability are tackled together and not independently from each other at the right level. Keep it in mind that solutions in one area can create barriers in another one. We as an industry are committed to work together with EU institutions, member states, and all of the stakeholders who are involved into the value chains to develop collaborative solutions and to speed up access. For example, traditional pricing and reimbursements model can become a barrier for patient access where it comes to orphan medical products. And a different approach, including novel pricing and payment model, may need to be required. And this will require change in the system and change in the way the different stakeholders are looking at the healthcare environments and pricing and reimbursement. So yes, novel pricing and payments model can incorporate a range of different approach for different disease, for different challenges, and could represent an alternative to the existing system, which is based sometimes on arbitrary rebates, simple price volume agreements, or budget caps. The choices that we will make today will define the future of the people who today are living with these diseases and will impact the future of society. So by choosing today the right policy and continue to create and to reinforce the position and the place of Europe in global innovation, we will address the right way, the right issue, and ensuring that we have all of the right competencies around the table. We can together make a difference and place care at the core of society. So I would like to thank you again very much for your invitations and for the honor that I had to talk in front of you. And I will thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the excellent speech.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy that it's many more of us here compared to the first workshop dedicated to newborn screening. We'll speak about multidisciplinary approach to rare diseases. This is a highly complex theme that encompasses a number of aspects, and I look forward to discussing it with representatives of health insurance companies. We have Helena Seidlova here. And there is also Mrs. Anna Alonsova from the Rare Diseases Alliance. We have here Pavla Dolezhova from the Center of Highly Specialized Care for Rare Autoimmune Deficiency Diseases. She dedicates her attention to integrating the expertise of the ER and Rita in Czech healthcare. Then we have here Jan Kam from Eurodis. He'll be able to share precious foreign experience from us. However, without any further ado, I'd like to hand over to Papa, who has prepared slides for us. Microphone. Please use the microphone. My apologies, I didn't take the glasses. So I probably misread. Or no, so it's not Pavla to present, but rather Anna. Anna Aralansova will be the presenter. Sorry that I got it wrong, says the speaker. I've got my slides in English. For the sake of Jan, I wanted originally to speak in English, but I'll speak in Czech and have the slides in English if that's fine with you. Well, I guess all of us are a bit tired after lunch, aren't we? The graveyard slot. But anyway, this workshop is dedicated to multidisciplinary care in rare diseases. If I may, well, I represent patients here, so let's take a look at what precedes diagnosis and treatment. So people with rare disease have to undergo this diagnostic odyssey. We refer to it like this because it is an odyssey. And often it has irreversible impacts not only on patients themselves, but on the whole family. If diagnosis is not certain timely, sometimes it may even end in the death of the patient. And if patients make it to a diagnosis, very often they are care coordinators of their own care. We'll speak about why it's important to have coordinated care for these patients, but coordinated by experts in specialized centers of care. Early diagnosis for the patients is the key of our activities, because if patients are not diagnosed timely, efficient treatment can't be provided in many cases. So early diagnosis is the buzzword here, and we need to raise awareness in this respect, both among patients and among the doctors. Patients also play a role in this respect. And again, the main aim, the underlying objective here is to get help faster and communicate with experts early on in the early phases too, because without experts, not much can be done. What's crucial for early diagnosis is both pre-graduate and post-graduate education, not only of healthcare professionals, but of patients as well. This, again, is a very important activity. Patients themselves share experience, even to students of medicine, and share their experience with a rare disease with the medical students. The importance of screening and genetic testing has already been touched upon in the previous workshop. And, well, another aspect that I should mention here briefly is that often it's difficult to diagnose all the rare diseases just with the traditional kits. There are more than 6,000 rare diseases, as has already been mentioned, and naturally you can't have it all in one kit, can you? So multiple rare diseases can't be tested by a single kit. And here, for Professor Doležalová, I have just a quick piece of information about the European reference networks, the ERNs. Mrs. Doležalová will speak about that surely in greater detail. So it all started in 2011 with the directive on cross-border healthcare, which basically encourages further development of the ERNs, of medical expertise, that aim at broadening cooperation between EU member states. So the year 2011 was really the foundation stone. And the ERNs were established in 2017 with the support of patient advocates and others. There are 24 thematic networks in total. You can see an overview of the ERNs on the right-hand side of the slide. If I have counted correctly, more than 1,500 rare disease centers or healthcare units are involved there. Where are we now with respect to the European reference networks? Coordination of care for many rare diseases is already in expert hands. So in these healthcare units, centers, more than 1,500 of them, there is concentrated know-how. Their data are shared. There is the clinical patient management system, CPMS, actively used there. We patients envisage this as concilia, that is, groups of experts where further procedure, treatment options, etc. are discussed. It's also a good way to share information. All that naturally is taking place in close collaboration with patient advocates. So it's the European Patient Advocacy Groups, EPAGs, and this activity, I should add, is managed by Eurodist. That provides the auspices to the whole system. And naturally, research and innovation is pursued too. So by and large, we have achieved a lot. However, there have been some barriers. COVID-19 has slowed down the development of ERNs. There were 2 calls, well, delayed, I must say. But in spite of that, more than 1,500 of these healthcare units already exist. We're faced with further obstacles, further hurdles, such as the war in Ukraine. The ERNs do not aim at just boosting support of these networks by national authorities. Unfortunately, they do not enjoy full support and recognition by national authorities in a number of countries. In the Czech Republic, the situation is not ideal yet, so we have to work on improving the situation. And since we have national solutions in each and every country, so different solutions in many countries. So availability and accessibility of treatments differs among member states. What have been the achievements to date? So the Czech Republic is represented in 22 out of the 24 thematic networks, 47 healthcare units. Rare diseases are involved. And there are 13 providers, 13 hospitals involved. From the beginning of the year, we have had the National Network of Centers for Rare Diseases, so it was established at the beginning of the year. I would like to thank patient advocates, Czech Ministry of Health and health insurance companies, as well as R&D experts for their close collaboration. What are the current challenges? I must say that the main issue that we struggle with is a shortage of experts for rare diseases. We have to educate new ones who are to be involved in that area. We are also struggling with the generational change. Our outstanding experts who do tremendous work, dedicated, hard work, often done in free time, etc. Naturally, it can't be done indefinitely. So we need to replace these experts by new ones, and the system needs to focus on that. What we see as highly problematic is the transition from child to adult care. So there, I must point out that we have big gaps. Child patients have fantastic care in certain centers, but when they turn 18, when they reach adulthood, often they have no center to go to. They are no longer the experts for their respective rare disease. So it's a long distance run. We have to address that, educate, support students of medicine to focus more on rare diseases. Yet another issue is that doctors working in these centers, in these healthcare units focusing on rare diseases, don't have good conditions to pursue their work. They do not have the assistance, not even the good physical environment to do their job well. And last but not least, there are issues with financial support, related with financial support. So often these experts are underpaid. There is a pilot project ongoing, as you know, that collects information about the involvement of experts in the rare disease centers. However, this project hasn't been finished yet, and well, we can perhaps touch upon it as part of the discussion in the workshop. Another major issue that we as patients see is that healthcare providers do not really appreciate enough the establishment of rare disease center in their facilities, probably for financial reasons, so we have to work on that too. And last but not least, sorry, I don't see the slide. I must come closer to be able to read what's in the bullet points. We have achieved a lot. Indeed, much has been achieved. But there is always something that comes in our way. So it can be, for instance, a new political situation or the COVID-19 pandemic, war in Ukraine, etc. So there are good intentions, but then always something gets in the way. However, I would like to finish by quoting Professor Matzek, who says that it's a success to provide treatment for patients, but it's an even bigger success to sustain that treatment. And perhaps one last quote, if I may, very truthful, and it is that the quality of a healthcare system is recognized in how it cares for its minority groups. So much from my side. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Anna. So this introduction has outlined the topic from the perspective of patients, really very vital. Before I hand over to the professor, I wanted to say that, and perhaps I may be a bit provocative, is that teaching hospitals that form the backbone of the healthcare system, taking care of rare diseases, the ERN teams are present there. So these are actually penalized for their existence because of the system of funding. We have big issues with that. For hospital management, we are a burden. On the one hand, it's great PR, quality of teams participating in international projects, and so on and so forth. However, from the financial perspective, it's sort of sanctioned in a way. So unfortunately, the money is not directed for the benefit of the patient. So efficiency and high quality of care are not really the major decisive factors. With that, I'd like to open the discussion of how we can integrate the ERNs in the healthcare system. And let me hand over to Pavla here. Thank you very much. Anna has opened the issue fantastically from the perspective of patients, and I would like to touch upon the same topic from our perspective, that is us who treat the patients and work with them. I would just like to sum up the definition of rare disease, so occurrence in population. It is at least one patient out of 2,000 population, no age boundaries. Other characteristics need to be met. Long-term nature of the disease for, say, 80% genetically defined diseases. It's lifelong struggle. There is also severity, seriousness of the disease that's crucial. So either it's life-threatening or organ or health-threatening, with a disabling effect and a major impact on quality of life of patients. We've heard about this from the patient perspective here. Often we as doctors keep forgetting that patients may see things differently from us. In metabolic diseases, for instance, we may evaluate whether treatment is efficient or not because of the presence of certain substances in the blood. But no, for patients, that's not important. It's important how they feel, whether they're capable of doing things, and etc. Then there is a very big problem, and that is that there is such a broad range of these rare diseases, more 6,000 of them. So rare diseases are very hard to capture. Well, it's not perhaps just over 6,000. It can be 8,000 of these diseases, and new are emerging. Basically, the only common denominator is how rarely they are found in the population. They affect various organs in the body, and we need a multidisciplinary approach to these rare diseases, so they're highly complex, which adds on to the complexity and costness of care of, well, these children, I wanted to say, because usually we start with children, but I should say patients, and it's a lifelong approach. In the Czech Republic, we believe that some 5% of the population are affected by rare diseases, so roughly 500,000 of Czech citizens suffer from a rare disease. We want to voice this loud because payers should be interested in that figure. It's a very high figure. And as these patients are seen by different specialists, it may not seem at first sight that there is so many of them, but overall it's 500,000, and it really is something that deserves our attention. We are very happy that in the upcoming presidency, rare diseases is a theme that's going to be discussed. And we indeed want the authorities to take the initial steps to changing the situation. What about healthcare that patients with a rare disease receive? So often it's multidisciplinary care, as I've already said. And these patients have only a minor present in the neurological and other societies. So these societies take care of other diseases and rare diseases because of this underrepresentation, don't get to the center of attention. Because for these societies, it's really just a minority of patients who suffer from a given disease. Usually, it's professional societies that have the mandate to open a discussion about a given disease, but often they are not really motivated to fight for the sake of this minority of patients with a rare disease. So then the patients have no advocates. And a network is non-existent in the Czech Republic. Even though there is a network for a majority of oncological diseases in cardiology, it also works fairly well with a network. metabolic disorders have just one specialized care center in the Czech Republic. When a metabolic disorder is suspected, patients are referred immediately to that center because the other facilities fear them, so to speak. So in a way, it works quite well, but it's 24 areas in total, and in the rest, it just doesn't work in the Czech Republic. A bulletin was published at the beginning of the year discussing the status of ERNs officially announced in January. The centers, the healthcare units, were established in 2017, and after 5 years of lengthy negotiations of how they should really be established in practice, it really took 5 years before everybody could agree on how it should be done. So we're very happy that we have these healthcare units, but what's the benefit? So the aim is to increase reimbursement. So the centers, the centers where care is provided receive higher reimbursement. Teaching hospitals where these centers are located have many others highly specialized care centers, well, not taking care of rare disease patients, but they already have the highest possible reimbursement. So just by adding further centers dedicated to rare disease patients, reimbursement is not increased anymore, so there is no additional benefit, but rather it's a burden because the rare disease patients need a lot of care, require a lot of examinations, follow-up, and very expensive treatment. So they are expensive by and large, and there is not really the return on investment. I'll show you in a short while more about it. And in this network, competencies of the individual units are not clearly defined, what their rights are, what their responsibilities are. So it's a pseudo-network of centers. The system, therefore, doesn't work well, doesn't operate well. And as Anna has already outlined, the capacity of these centers is limited. They don't provide the value of money, so to speak. So providers don't adequately support them. There is also a staffing shortage. I would just like to add that how we see it is not that the staff would be underpaid, but how the provider appreciates the care. We would like the hospital management to perhaps pay more attention to us. This is what we like most. Let me, if I may, show you what it looks like in practice. Anna has shown the patient odyssey, and I have roughly translated into this slide. So from the first symptoms where outpatient specialists often know what to do with it. So usually the patient is referred here and there to a hospital, then back again. Nothing is established. The GP or pediatrician gets the patient report. Then again, the patient is referred elsewhere, and so on and so forth. And this odyssey can be between 1 and 10 years. We have no data to base it on. It's just an estimate. However, the previous workshop has mentioned some figures, so roughly 4.5 years on average in metabolic disorders before a diagnosis. Is that right? 4.5 years. Okay. So it's a very long period that leads to a huge frustration of families, these child patients. Often irreversible damage occurs, and payers spend money inefficiently, and it's not a cheap process, is it? We wanted to bring some data to you. So our balance of the highly specialized center is the following. So that's the outpatient component, not inpatient stays. Our patients don't need that much inpatient care compared to patients from other areas. If you would look at what we do, so we have daily outpatient care. So, for instance, rheumatology, children rheumatology, we have some 50 to 60 patients per week. We do permanent training. We also have consilia with other specialists, nephrologists, pneumologists, and so on and so forth. We discuss the patients with them. We practically work also 24/7 for the rest of the Czech Republic. Our staff includes 2 specialists, then 1 or 2 other doctors, and 2 general nurses. That's luxury, actually, to have 2 nurses. One is like a clinical trial nurse, the other one sort of more in the day-to-day business, but both do practically everything. And basically, where in that scenario do you have time for research, for study? A day has 24 hours. Well, we can sleep just for 6, so perhaps in the afternoon, but we're busy like from 8 to 3, and then where do you find the time for the rest? So these figures that I have on the slide have been calculated by the financial department. You can see the direct, the indirect costs, and basically 1.3 million. That is the earnings, but the net financial result is in the red figures, minus 2 million. So you can imagine that the finance director is not very fond of us. If I need a secretary or somebody, well, thank you, goodbye, and nothing. Well, you can perhaps see the little figures at the bottom, but it's, basically the number of treatments. The number of treatments provided and the ideal number of treatments that we would need in order not to be subsidized. So in order not to be subsidized by the hospital, we would have to do like triple the treatments that we currently do with the current setup that we have. Does it have a logic? No, it doesn't have a logic. When we speak about it with other colleagues, I assume that if Professor Pohunek would do similar statistics, surely the outcome wouldn't be any better. So we need to realize that this is what it looks like in real life. So sad, really. If we were having a fantastic scenario, so there would be a patient with the first symptoms, we would have knowledgeable GPs and pediatricians who would refer the patient to a specialized or highly specialized center. Diagnosis would be straight confirmed there. A treatment plan would be established. The patient would be monitored. So perhaps only one checkup per year may be needed at this highly specialized center, etc. So that would be the shared care system. However, a prerequisite for this system would be an algorithm of recommended procedures for rare diseases. Then we also need to have the referral pattern identified. We have to have competences of the specialized and highly specialized centers defined. And then, depending on the numbers of patients, the capacity of these centers would have to be sufficient. But this is not possible really to reflect that because we don't know the numbers of patients precisely. Eurodis and patient organizations have really a good notion. There is also the patient pathways document. Unfortunately, you can't really see this slide very well, but the pathway is well defined. So it's a patient pathway through the healthcare system. So given point in time, clearly set diagnoses, etc. So really look at that in greater detail because we'll work in it going forward. I'm now, however, getting to the core of the problem, and that's data. I don't really like data too much. I'm not too fond of data. However, I am healthcare IT specialist at EU level because I just couldn't refuse that function. We can't do without IT technologies. There would be no progress without data. Payers can't promise to increase reimbursement for something where they have no notion about how much of it will be. Health insurance companies have to draw up plans, cost plans, etc. So unless we provide data about the numbers of patients, severity of their condition, and estimate of how much the care would cost, we have no chance of achieving any improvement. So really, we don't know how many patients there are, what the diagnoses are, etc. You may wonder how come? Because we have various registers, patients are identified there, so it shouldn't be a problem. So it's the MGN diagnoses, but sadly, when it comes to rare diseases, these diagnoses are non-existent. So we fake it in a way, and we actually write down the closest diagnosis. So periodic fevers do not have a diagnosis. So it would be this like general fever that would be written down there. So naturally, this doesn't tell us anything that, for instance, this condition may require the most expensive biological treatment. So we haven't the data, we can't identify the data in the electronic health records. So that's why, in the first place, we need to focus on the data on this field to be able to achieve some progress. And here you can see some specific steps. So these first two projects are already up and running, and the two other ones, well, one has already received financial allocation, and the last one has now been submitted for financial application or funding application. So the pilot project that maps how costly care is of patients with rare disease. So this project took very long to prepare, say more than 2 years before a consensus was achieved. And we could put it together thanks to major assistance of the General Health Insurance Company, and also thanks to support of the Institute of Health Information and Statistics. So really, that's a major factor. Then free teaching hospitals, pilot providers got together, where patients can be identified with the help of a 3-digit signal code. This project is currently in its last phase. It only is now checking the data, and we'll have information about the demographic data and about how costly care is. So it's pneumological, neurological, metabolic disorders, children rheumatology and immunity disorders, and hematology disorders that are taken a look at. Once we have that data available, we'd like to discuss them with the payers so as to optimize reimbursements and so as to contribute to greater equality of care, so that we wouldn't be facing such gaps as those I presented to you. Here, the issue of a register is mentioned. It was already touched upon in the newborn screening workshop. We need to collect data. So not just have the codes, that's not enough. But what we need is to have data available in a standardized manner. So in cooperation with the Institute of Health Information and Statistics, based on European recommendations, we should have the common data elements, a set of 16 parameters, fundamental demographic parameters common for all rare diseases that will be the basis of this register. We have to be able to collect a whole range of data, whether newborn screening has been done or not, what methods have been used for the sake of collection, etc. The demographic component is now ready for piloting, and we hope that in the next project, with this acronym, so it's digitization and optimization of healthcare systems of care for rare disease patients. So DIGOVO is the acronym in Czech. It follows up on the establishment of the National Rare Diseases Disorders with allocated funding from the National Recovery Fund. 13 projects in total have been envisaged. This is the one that is smallest in nature, for 3 years in duration. But the ambitions are very high, not just to build the virtual platform where at one click of a mouse you would be able to take a look at what's going on in rare diseases in terms of projects. Then it's also information about centers linked to other related sites, etc. So that's the first task that we'd like to complete by the end of next year. We'll need to standardize the data structures and incorporate them in the hospital information systems. Basically, what we'd like to achieve is that doctors do not need to enter the data using other platforms. We don't have time for that, really. And if we find the time for that, we do it very quickly. You just copy-paste it from one system to another. Naturally, errors occur, or the nurses do it. They not always understand everything, so again, higher error rate there. The only opportunity of getting high-quality data is that you have the patient records in front of you with predefined fields, and you'll be able to choose what data you're entering in, and the system won't let you go before you do that. So if we manage to introduce this, what it will allow for is that when the data is interoperable in a format that's basically transferable to various registers in the Czech Republic, etc. So there, this, will lead to great advancement. The ERNs either have a register established already or being introduced. And in the Czech Republic, I must say, we must do all we can so that at least the basic data can be put from the national register to all of these other registers. So the main data set that supplies demographic data. I'm not speaking about the details which are crucial, like, for instance, assessment of quality of care. That has to differ for various groups of diseases, various diagnoses. So this is something that needs to be addressed. Going forward, specific registers are available for certain diseases, and we enter data there already. But again, it's that you have to switch between various registers. But in the future, we'd like this to be part of the health or hospital information system. And the last project that I would like to mention, where the application is being finalized, we'll have a call from OP Employment in summer. We'll be launching that this year, and it's about the proposal of comprehensive care for patients with rare diseases. We'll have to think of a more sexy title. Do you have any suggestions for a sexier title? Or acronym? An acronym we need that would... Please send me your proposals later on. So, yeah, we need a good acronym. But anyway, we would like to draw up standards on which we all agree. We need to unify the standards of what's in common for the patients with rare diseases. I'll show you shortly what we've come up with. For instance, we should also touch upon the field of transition from pediatric to adult care. Then we need to have the standards in greater level of detail for, say, 3 or 5 of these rare diseases. Then we'll do pilot testing too, testing how the standard works in the Czech Republic. And then, as probably not everything is 100%, based on the findings, we'll come up with recommendations and an implementation plan. So it's really a large-scale project, so to speak, but we believe that it's essential because we can't really do without it. Let me now just illustrate the specific steps to you. It's not legible, what's on the right-hand side of the slide, so that's the 22 ERNs, we approached them, and out of the 22 groups of rare diseases, basically, practically everybody said that they would like to be involved in our project. So, well, 2 aren't interested and the 22 are. So we see that they are well aware of the need for change in this field. If the project receives support, we'll establish teams, including a commission for multidisciplinary rare diseases. Then basically there would be also representatives of the individual centers, professional societies, payers present there, patient representatives, ministry representatives too. So we'll have, well, 20 teams, and there would be a global team with coordinators of the individual thematic groups. Here, the tasks are summarized. So basically, it's stock taking of domestic and recommended international standards, analysis of foreign systems, analysis of the status quo in the Czech Republic, analysis of the approach to patients, current level of awareness, awareness about social benefits for patients. Then we should define a national network of rare diseases where hierarchy of individual healthcare units should be defined, plus their competencies should be defined. We should have a recommended procedure for the transition care, so from childhood to adulthood. And then, last but not least, we should propose the staffing and equipment of these centers. Then there should be an interconnection proposed of how these centers should be connected with contact points and coordinators at national and regional level. And last but not least, I believe that this is one of the crucial moments, and that is that general indicators of quality of care should be defined. We have to be able to maintain quality. So therefore, we need to define what the parameters, quality parameters are. So certainly it's not what we're monitoring at this stage. So it's not about writing down a correct date, but about something much more important than that. So let me finish here, because this slide is completely illegible. It just outlines some of the competencies that should be defined for the highly specialized care centers. So that's it from my side. Let me just end with this slide that asks the question, where next? That's from EU for Health. And here, basically, funding is offered. So this is joint action for the promotion of the ERNs and their integration to the national healthcare systems of the member states. So we should indeed pursue that and follow up on the findings from the project. So we'd like to make the competent authorities aware of that. If you speak to the minister, please tell him about it, because the minister is the one to decide whether the Czech Republic will be submitting an application. It has to be decided by the end of August, so not that much time there. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Pavla. And due to time constraints, let's open discussion. I just wanted to say that in the EU for Health, that we are trying hard at the Ministry of Health, but we are faced with misunderstanding and lack of interest. That's unfortunately the minister's position, not the position of the Deputy Minister, Jakub Dvořáček, certainly not. But we only have a couple of minutes left now, so I would like to hand over to Mrs. Seidlova, who will share with us the current perspective of health insurance companies. I will be very fast. Good afternoon, everybody. The previous speakers have said it all as regards the multidisciplinary approach to rare diseases. So multidisciplinary approach is crucial due to knowledge, value of money, etc. Both payers and providers of care in reimbursement and reporting have to follow legislation. We can't do anything about it. I hope that this year the pilot project in which the General Health Insurance Company has been involved will be finalized. We contributed a certain amount to the pilot too, but probably the money didn't make it to you, but was just absorbed in the hospital's budget. I do hope that we'll be able to complete this pilot project this year, that we'll evaluate it, and that it will serve as a basis for the reimbursement system. I believe that the centers that focus on rare diseases have to make it to the reimbursement decree, where we have, for instance, the cancer patient centers and so on and so forth. And this group of patients, these centers, have to have their dedicated reimbursement mechanism so that there is equality of care and so that losses are not incurred by the facilities. So much from my side. We can perhaps discuss it informally. There are representatives of patient organizations there, so perhaps would anybody like to ask a question? Yes, the lady over there. Thank you very much. I agree with completely everything that has been said here. We patients see it the same way that the professor has described it. Together with Anna, we could speak about, I'm Zabranská, cystic fibrosis fund. I apologize for not having introduced myself. We have been approaching the manager of the Model Teaching Hospital, asking him to improve care for the patients so that there would be also the facilities available, etc. So there is expensive, innovative treatment available, but still the standards are not adhered to. So money of us all is wasted. So on the one hand, you spend some money on the patient, but on the other hand, the patient is not served well. So that was just to confirm what has been said. Plus, I have a question related to care. So we're in a situation where our patients can get reimbursement based on Section 16. Indication sometimes is broadened, but then child patients are not covered by that. So, how do we make sure that this doesn't happen? I believe that money can be saved, in effect, if that treatment is provided. Thank you. If I may respond to that. Oh, the mic is on now. My apologies. We tried to address it already last year. I didn't think that we would discuss the reimbursement policy, but even though we were hoping for new legislation, our expectations haven't been met. So we are pretty much in a vacuum, flying in a vacuum. We don't know whether we'll move upwards or downwards. We believe that you would understand, and this is what Mrs. Seidlova has said, that we need to move within legislative boundaries. So now the legislation is already available, but in the meantime, we can have Section 16 in place. I know that the administrative burden is quite high, but still it's good that it may be allowed, to proceed in accordance with Section 16. I have been told that often it takes quite a while to remedy things, but we could have sped up the situation. So instead of the transitional procedure, we could have been witnessing negotiations. That, however, hasn't happened. So the first half of the year has nearly passed, and we only have very few diseases where, breakthrough has been reached. So from the euphoria, we have recovered quite quickly, and now we need to implement in practice further steps. If you ask about the specific steps, so that would be the individual permissions granted, but legislation allowing that has been in place since mid 2017. So basically just two medical products there, of which just one is an orphan. Thank you very much for this addition. Perhaps you can then discuss it informally, but we have Jan Lakam here, our distinguished foreign guest, so perhaps he can summarize our discussion. So you've been listening to our local debates. I was just wondering how it's addressed at European level, because integration of the ERNs is crucial, the funding of the ERNs is crucial too, and perhaps we could learn a lesson from how it works there. So what the best practices would be abroad, if you can just add from the position of Eurodis.
And thank you very much to you, Professor. I could subscribe, I think, to every word you said. It's great. So the problem you're facing is very similar in other member states. Now, there is a good thing here, is that often we don't know what to do about the problem. Here, we know exactly what to do, and we know how to do it. You presented, right? No, honestly, we know. So the problem is about the money, and it's mostly about the money, really, and in every member state, and about the people, exactly. So the money, the way it has been solved in other countries is that there is two ways. Either is when the system is organized by paying for each of the services, then is to increase what is being paid for these services. That's one way. When it is more a budget approach to the hospital, to the institutions, then it's to have an additional targeted funding to the centers. The problem that has been highlighted before is everywhere that if the money goes to the institutions, it is lost in the institutions. When in fact the starting point is that it takes more time to take care of patients with rare diseases. The better the center, the more patients you attract, the more you become a problem for your hospital managers. So it's not that there is one bad on one side and the other. The manager is also there to balance the account, to offer a good institution. So the targeted funding is, from my perspective, what works better for the healthcare services, because then you can target and you can follow what the money is being used for. Additional specialists, additional nurses for the care, or for the clinical trials, additional equipment for the data collections and processes there, or a psychologist or a therapist. That's what, so it's targeted and it's clear, and it's accountable for everybody, for you as manager of a center, for the hospital, and for the minister. The medicines, though, I would really separate it, because the medicines is a different story, and that should be national funding. It should not, the burden of the medicines should not be on the hospitals. And in the countries where this has been addressed that way, it works much better. It helps. If not, it's a disincentive to an hospital, to the director of an hospital, to take patients with rare disease. Sure, you don't want to put the blame on the, or the pressure on the head of the pharmacy hospital or of the hospital to choose between different patients with diabetes or with cystic fibrosis. That's not the way to manage healthcare systems. So that's the first point. Second point, people. And people, what you're highlighting here exists also in some other countries, is how to attract young leaders, young clinical leaders, rather than just to rely on people like you, Pavla, if I may, and Milan, which are heroic, committed people. But 20 years from now, you will not be still in the clinics, right? I hope for you. So we need to attract. And we have a system to attract normally with the European Funds networks, because we bring in therapeutic areas. So there is opportunities for careers, for mobility around different topics, different science. So they're not trapped into one disease. But the system is not making it attractive enough by not providing sufficient resources to these centers to create the positions to pay correctly these specialists, which, by the way, some of them are also fleeing to other countries, right? Same problem in France or elsewhere. So that's an issue. And last point is that we have an opportunity, is your last slide, the joint action between member states on European funds networks to integrate into the national healthcare systems. We need here to learn from the different countries on how to do it. We can build on some which are more advanced on creating the healthcare pathways. And certainly it goes with also some of the financial aspects also. Is when a center does the annual follow-up, maybe there is a special recognition here that needs to exist. When we're going to have more of the virtual digital consultations, that needs also to be recognized. So there is questions that are really common to all of us across Europe, which could be addressed within that action, which is certainly the next step, because at the end, what we want, what success looks like, it's just not to take care of the patients who are going to the, 47 healthcare providers in Czech Republic, but all the patients in Czech Republic with rare disease. So the pathway is absolutely essential. That's how we create, we upgrade, right, the quality of care in overall for everybody.
Thank you, Jan, very much. This is how it is, and já teda si dovolím poslední.
And now, if I may, let me conclude and deliver the concluding remarks. We in the Czech Republic are little aware of the fact and that, say, teaching hospitals such as the General Teaching Hospital, Charles University in Prague, etc. These are the biggest employers. We often talk about knowledge economy and I don't know what politicians speak about employment, etc. But healthcare sector, that's not a loss-making activity. It is key, you know, the health resources, etc. You know, by being efficient and healthy, you know, we can make contribution to the economy. In the West, hospitals are often, like the family silver, recognized as vital economic units. If we are to provide for multidisciplinary care, it's not just about health insurance companies paying for that. We have to have multi-resource financing of these key employers. So this is the perspective of an economist. Only this can bring us out of the issues that Pavla has been speaking about. Rare diseases, well, that's you know, something that we'll also need to address in the context of personalized medicine in the future, etc. More highlight on efficiency of treatment, etc. So we need to realize that hospitals and universities, by being interconnected, serve as major employers contributing to the quality of life and also economic growth, not just of our country, but Europe in general. So much for me. Thank you very much for your attention. I do apologize that we are slightly over time. Now the coffee break is ready for you, and please be back for the final summary in the main meeting hall. Thank you.
Gentlemen, I'd like to ask you to take your seats so that we can open the next workshop. The workshop is called Incentives for Innovation Research, Expedited Regulatory Pathways and Faster Market Access. So we are going to move on to the area of research and also focus on the Czech perspective regarding the work and the operation of Czech reference centers, the kind of infrastructure and access they provide to patients. But we need to talk also about real-world evidence and data that you obtain during a product life cycle. I'm very happy to have here Irena Storová, the director of the State Institute for Drug Control. But we also got here René Břečťan, who is the deputy chairperson of the Rare Disease Czech Republic. And we should also have online Mr. Pavel Kasali.
Cancers Europe. I don't know if we have a connection. Tak, je tady někdo, kdo to... Nemám se o to snažit, dobře.
Well, we'll see. He's not there. Maybe we can get a hold of him later on.
Welcome, Paolo. I'd like to introduce you to our audience. Can you hear us? We can see you now. We can't hear you yet.
Sorry, I'm here.
Great. Welcome to our panel, which is focused on incentives for innovation research, expedited regulatory pathway, and faster market access. I'm moderator of the panel. My name is Tomáš Doležal, and we have also here the director of Czech State Institute for Drug Control, and we have also in the panel a representative of patient advocacy group for rare diseases. So I've got the information, Paolo, that you have a few slides to introduce. So if you can start with your short presentation, it will be welcomed. Is it fine?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't have slides indeed, but I'm happy to say a few words if you like.
Sorry, maybe I got the wrong information. So maybe let's discuss your pan-European perspective about, because the topic of the entire day today is the evolution at the EU level in the legislative framework for rare diseases and pediatric legislation, and how it influenced the real patient market access in European countries. May I ask you for the European perspective, because you are expert, long-term active at EU levels and EU structures trying to promote access and innovative care. Can you give us your perspective on the topic and try to summarize what are the recent trends and what are the upcoming activities during these trial presidencies at the European Council?
Yeah, thanks. I'm very happy to do so. Indeed, my perspective will have to do with rare cancers because, I mean, I represent here Rare Cancers Europe. Indeed, it's I mean, it's a pleasure for me to bring the perspective of rare cancers. Because it's similar to the perspective of rare diseases to some extent, but it's also somewhat different in other respects. And the rare disease community in Europe did a great job in the past stressing the commonalities and the discrepancies between rare diseases and rare cancers. For example, one difference may well be that in rare cancers, sometimes drugs which are effective in common cancers may be effective as well. And this is a privilege which possibly doesn't affect rare diseases. It's a privilege because it is an opportunity, of course. But it's also a challenge because we often see drugs which would be available also in rare cancers, especially in very rare cancers, in ultra rare cancers, but which are not developed because essentially the uncertainty about their regulatory chances are perceived to be too low. Because, of course, in all rare diseases, including rare cancers, we must accept a higher degree of uncertainty if we want not to discriminate against our patients. But it may be not that clear which kind of evidence is needed to get the approval for an orphan drug in a rare cancer, especially in an ultra rare cancer. And by the way, in Europe, we must add the problem of reimbursement, because after approval, we will have several agencies which nationally will process the same data, and clearly there may be an additional uncertainty. I mean, besides the uncertainty about approval. So we believe that this is very important also because you know the benefits of the orphan drug regulations will affect drugs which are approved, but if the drug is not approved, clearly there will be basically no benefit. So we believe that this is something for us all. So for regulators on one side, but also for clinical researchers, methodologists, and so on. So it should be, I mean, a common effort to get to a higher regulatory clarity across Europe on the requirements for approval and reimbursement of drugs indicated in rare diseases and rare cancers. And I think that it is formidable opportunity are the disease-based communities, the communities made up of patients, researchers, clinicians, and so on, which have a huge knowledge of their disease. And sometimes we see that the regulatory perspective may be inappropriate just because of a lack of knowledge, of awareness about the disease. And so it would be very important that these communities may bring their perspective to the regulators, to the reimbursement bodies, to the national systems, and so on. And an opportunity in the European Union at the time, I think, are the European reference networks. the European reference networks are a powerful tool by which the European Union is penetrating the health systems as far as rare diseases are concerned, including rare cancers. And so we would advocate innovative tools also from the regulatory point of view, which could exploit these networks. So for example, adaptive licensing or tools like these ones could allow on one side EU patients to receive a drug immediately, but at the same time could generate new evidence as long as the drug is used. And contrary to a conditional approval, which would imply a new study, for example, a randomized study, which maybe is done or is not done. The use of these drugs within the adaptive licensing could be a study itself, and so could modulate the licensing as long as time goes by. So I think, all this would be very important at the European level, because clearly it would bring an added value for all the EU countries. By the way, the European reference networks could generate evidence which could be well defined as real-world evidence, and I'm just closing these reflections by recalling the problems of the General Data Protection Regulation, because we as ESMO, as the European Society for Medical Oncology, were very involved in the process of the generation of the GDPR, and so I recall here the recital 33, which would allow a one-time consent. So we are very worried by the fact that the European Data Protection Board recently gave a very restrictive interpretation of the one-time consent. Instead, I think that it could be a powerful tool to allow our networks to continue to generate new data. Thanks.
Thank you for introductory speech. Please stay with us during the discussion. I would like now to pass the word to Tina Taube, and apologize for delaying your initial speech, but I felt the urgent need to include Paolo when he luckily connected finally. And please come and give up introductory speech as you wish. You can sit or you can stand in the front. Sorry? I hope so. Yeah, they are. Just push the button, the green button.
One. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much for Chairman. And I'd been invited to share a little bit the industry perspective from a European level, and to set the scene where we are when it comes to the discussion around why do we discuss the revision of the orphan medicine drug regulation, and what is the broader context to this, and of course what is the industry view on a European level, so not dedicated in with a Czech view, but really from a European level, how we would like to progress there. So considering there we are, and apologies if I say something very basic at the beginning, the pharmaceutical strategy for Europe has been adopted in November 2020, so already 2 years ago, with basically 4 main objectives, and one of the objectives is clearly to ensure access to quality and safe medicines, but also to boosting the competitiveness of our industry globally, so strengthening Europe as a place to be for pharmaceutical innovation. And with this, there are quite a lot of initiatives ongoing, and meaning with this saying clearly quite a lot of different legislative and non-legislative discussions, over 50, which is a huge amount. And what is really in terms of when it comes to the legislative revision is clearly the Pharmaceutical Directive, the EMA regulation, but also the revision for the orphan drug as well as for the paediatric regulation. So all of this is up at stage and to be discussed, how we would like to revise these regulations, and we are expecting this by the end of this year to see the proposals by the European Commission and how it should move forward then to the European Parliament and to the Council, so to the EU member states, to discuss what is then the compromise we are reaching out with. Now, zooming in, and it's a little bit around just to remind ourselves what, if we talk about well, ensuring access on one side, and if we think about having a competitive pharmaceutical industry, it's for us this industry, not surprisingly, that intellectual property is a key driver for medical innovation. So I'm not bothering you how long does it take and how much money does it cost, but really to remind ourselves that without any kind of IT protection, there is no incentive really to invest in medicine, and without innovation, there will be no treatment where we can discuss how we can deliver access to this kind of treatment. The European Union delivered quite a comprehensive and dedicated overview how these IP and incentives, which is embedded in the various revisions or the various regulations, apologies, it's a bit small, I guess, but really the various instruments, how to encourage and how to foster R&D activities within the European Union. And this is why the revision for this regulation is so important. What is clearly driving the debate, although this is not the responsibility of this regulation, and I come to this in a second, is really having a bit of look back why the EU legislation on orphan drugs as well as for the paediatrics are so successful, because they stimulated R&D in those areas which are much needed. And they stimulated it because, especially in the rare disease area, we do have the issues and very huge challenges in terms of having a clear scientific understanding of challenges, but also, of course, in terms of market failure, as the economic case is rather marginal. So all of this has been taken on board back in 2000, so more than 20 years ago, and make it work. And what can we see? It really delivers. It really delivers in terms of new treatments and designation, but it also really delivered in terms of erasing a profile for rare diseases, which is extremely important. I think the European reference networks had already been mentioned to this extent, also establishing this network by they are crucial really delivering those kind of care and sharing knowledge with this respect. So now seeing what the regulation is for, what does it deliver? What is clearly driving the debate is this picture. And this picture shows you, we have FPI have a yearly analysis of availability of products, not just for orphans, but the focus is orphans today. So how are orphan medicinal products available within the EU? And what you can see very clearly, unfortunately, is there's a lot of red compared to a lot of green, meaning that in the majority of countries, orphan drugs are not available, or the even more complicated picture to understand is there is quite a huge delay when the products reach the market after marketing authorization. So all these data are publicly available. They are published on our website, the weight indicator. And what do we see here? Why we might have a good understanding why they are not available, the products, we don't have really a proper understanding what is causing the delays for marketing authorization until really the patient has the access and the possibility to gain from this treatment. So what is simultaneously happening, and just to complete the picture, is that more and more R&D development is going somewhere else. so it's not staying in Europe. So therefore, considering what we would like to do with the pharmaceutical strategy and also as the OMP, so the Orphan Medicinal Product Regulation is part of, it's really threefold. It's strengthening the place to be for Europe, to have really a future-proven, agile regulatory framework to ensure access and also to encourage R&D. So we as FPR therefore positioned ourselves to these three challenges we do face, which is clearly meeting the unmet medical needs, what we still have within the rare disease space, to address the access debate at European level, but also how we can really use the incentives and potentially balance them more properly. So what is said and what does it come to when we just listen to these three buzzwords you might want to say? It's clearly how can we address the unmet medical need? It's not just done by revising the orphan pharmaceutical regulation very clearly, because we are missing heavily a scientific understanding really to move targetable drugs really forward. That's really a challenge. So therefore, we propose a kind of, let's say, moonshot spirit for rare as well as pediatric diseases, knowing that the majority of rare diseases are originating in childhood, to really foster via private-public partnership the disease understanding, the pathology really, and to direct this kind of booster really for translational research, but also really basic research to make it happen. When it comes to incentives, and this is the main criticism out there at the European level, that it seems, or the impression could be gained, that orphan products are overcompensated to some extent. And when it comes to the incentive, of course, we can discuss how the orphan market exclusivity might be modulated on very clear and predictable criteria, and how we could use this potentially based on and modulated on certain product attributes. And with this, when it comes to access, it's clearly, and this is I would say, the challenge we face at European level, while the whole discussion is clearly driven from an access perspective, the regulation as such is not responsible for clarifying the access piece. So therefore, we need to address this separately. And of course, it's within the remit of the member states, so being responsible for reimbursement, how the processes should look like, but we can do something at European level. And we as FPR, we committed ourselves now to file for pricing and reimbursement application in every 27 EU member states, 2 years at the latest after marketing authorization, and combine this commitment to file really with a so-called portal, European Access Portal, where we would like to track and gather really the evidence of the root causes, what is causing the delays within the European Union. And at the same time, we also worked on an idea of how an equity-based tier pricing system for Europe could look like. So we put a framework forward to discussion for other stakeholders to join us in this discussion, to ensure solidarity, but also to address more equity-based access within the member states. And with this, I would say time is now to back innovation to boost access. I think not just on national level, but also on the European one. And with this, I would say thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I'm opening discussion to your speech, so please. Yeah, Mr. Padočka.
Thank you. I would have loved to ask that question to my CEO before, but there was unfortunately no space for discussion allowed. But I think I can address the question to you, Tina. Thank you for your contribution here. So I think you mentioned that also, but also Mr. Tellier was talking about the need for a very good collaboration between various stakeholders in the ecosystem to drive the research and development forward to provide medicines for patients, right? And my question would be, what in your view is currently the quality of the collaboration between, the industry on one hand, the European institutions, the regulatory bodies, and the wider stakeholders? And what in your view needs to happen in order to further even improve this collaboration for the benefit of patients?
Thank you for this question. So maybe I start with the collaborative attitude. I think there is an understanding that no single stakeholder can solve this problem alone or this challenge, so we have to collaborate. The issue what we do have at European level, as I said, is really there is a need, so the challenge of inequitable access is seen by the Commission, and various member states raised this point, and now we should try find solutions for something where the European Union is not responsible for. So having said this, it's clearly needed a joint effort. What can be done at European level? For example, use the EU HTA regulation, which is upcoming, to address the uncertainty debate to the extent which might be feasible, but also, of course, to address the various challenges at national level, because in the end, this is where the reimbursement takes place. So I think to some extent we need to I'm not saying combine, but to think a bit more broadly what is happening at national level, how is this driving the European debate and the other way around.
Maybe allow me more specific question, coming to the pricing and the reimbursement at local level. How in your visions or how in your feeling would be arranged the continuous from common HTA joint assessment to, let's say, setting common negotiation about the reimbursement and maybe at the end of the day even the purchasing? How would you solve sometimes very huge differences in the economic performance of EU countries? We can see times differences in GDP per capita, in willingness to pay thresholds, etc., etc. Is there any clue, any idea how to handle this reality, economic reality, let's say?
Yeah, so I don't know if I have the clue for this economic reality within Europe, but I think there are some reasons why reimbursement is happening at national level. Because it depends on how the system is set up and what might be proper solutions to address them. As what we do see, and as industry, we clearly stay for proposals and solutions which are broadening patient access generally. And what is the proper way? We can see. So we are advocating for novel pricing and payment models. If you think of CAR-Ts or gene cell therapies, which are upcoming, which are posing challenges to all the healthcare systems. So we need to think a bit differently how we could treat this, for example. We should use the EU HTA regulation to address uncertainty, which is another piece, which is also clearly said by payers, that how do we deal with uncertainty at the time of launch by some of those products. And it's also, we have at European countries the cross-country collaborations where some member states thought it might be a good way of working together. Clearly, they are not running smoothly at the time, but these are all attempts to address this access piece. And in addition to this, as I said, we proposed now a framework to be discussed how we can apply really equity-based tiered pricing within the European Union to make it work. Yeah.
Thank you. No doubt that there is a need or more closer cooperation, discussion, and let's say idea making. On the other hand, there are analyses published showing that differential pricing, which is respecting local possibilities of different healthcare system, are, let's say, positive for local access because countries like Croatia are not able to afford German prices, etc., etc. So this is the issue which is, I think, important in the discussion. And thank you for open response. So yeah, Eva Karanskova.
Thank you, Tomasz. I don't resist to build on what has already been said, because these are really tricky questions and tricky answers, because we have the treaty which set the competences quite clearly. The member states, on some cases, really advocate for keeping the national competencies on the organization and financing of the healthcare, which is clear. On the other hand, some member states are quite vocally advocating for the joint purchases, joint HTA, going further beyond the competencies, which are right now set or allowed for special cases in the cross-border health threats like COVID, and we know it. And more political appetite is there to use the same mechanisms from this experience, even for the ordinary or orphan medicines. What is the perspective of the industry as the umbrella association like FPR? Where do you see if there are any risk of these joint procurements and joint purchases? Because there are some pilots, Tomasz has already mentioned, the cross-country collaboration. These are really painful experiences for the companies sometimes, and it might also prolong the time before the patient get the real access to the medicines. I do not touch the prices, but what's the position of FPR on that? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So the position of FPR on joint procurement is clearly dedicated to pandemic situations, because the experience which have been made by the companies which need to go through the negotiations with the Commission and various other member states was, even in a pandemic situation, really, really challenging to come to an agreement, even in the situation we were with COVID, where we all somehow we be in lockdowns and somehow life stopped for time being. So this was extremely challenging, and there are learnings, I would assume, on both sides, if you would say it like this. So all the participants, all the stakeholders which were involved know that it was a tough one. So therefore, we don't see this as the instrument to solve the access issue.
Thank you, Paolo. Paolo, you wanted to raise a question or comment? Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, okay. No, I just about the question on collaboration. I mentioned the importance of collaboration of all stakeholders. Even I mean, before starting the development of a new drug. So I mentioned the importance of the awareness about these rare diseases and rare cancers. Sometimes we discussed with EMA, but this could happen also with HTA bodies, about a kind of scientific advice on the disease. So in spite of the usual scientific advice on the drug given by regulators to companies, a kind of scientific advice given to a disease-based community on how a drug could be developed, approved, and reimbursed, especially in an ultra-rare cancer, might help. I must say that aside from the pricing issues, sometimes different HTA bodies, provide different assessments about efficacy. So we very much hope that the joint assessment may help. Because rare cancers may be more exposed to this problem than common cancers because of the difficulty in raising evidence and generating high-level evidence in these tumors. So I think that a high degree of cooperation among all stakeholders, possibly with formal tools, formalized tools, to allow this cooperation might help decrease discrepancies, at least those based on a different interpretation of evidence.
Thank you for your comment. Teď bych se asi dovolil obrátit pozornost.
Now I'd like to turn to my colleagues on the left. So I'll switch back into Czech and you can listen to interpreting. I'd like director here on my left. We are talking about initiatives which you need to address as an EMA member. Can you comment on what we can't see at the moment because it's kind of hidden in the European structures and it'll be part of the regulatory changes? And you are part of the working group, so would you like to tell us a few words about that? Thank you very much. I'm going to talk maybe a little bit longer because I have several remarks I'd like to make. So, as I'm listening to the debate, I do realize that it might take years to reach certain steps in the legislation, and that makes me really concerned. But, of course, we have a standpoint on a number of the issues, but at this point they can't be final or definite. We talked about it this morning already. So, in our view, first we need to focus what's the target of the revision of the regulation for orphans and pediatric use, and then what's the goal of the revision of the general medical regulations. So looking at orphans and pediatric products, the goal is not to deal with the flexibility of the regulation or to deal with bureaucracy or pro-patient focus, sorry about that. That's something that'll be part of the general pharmaceutical legislation. Regarding orphan and pediatric regulations, we need to revise incentives for the support of research and for the access of orphan products and pediatric products. So you need to distinguish between these two. There is a number of documents which deal with this, whether they deal with outputs from the debate or documents. You've already heard that it has to do with the EHDS regulation. And I think as a result, the secondary data could be used better. We heard in the morning that health insurance companies had data and were not sure about their validity. So I think that especially in terms of rare diseases and pediatric products need this, because at the moment we don't have data from off-label uses, which may lead to faster registration or approval. It is probably expected that orphan drugs will continue to be registered or authorized on a centralized level. And therefore, we need to talk about the capacity of the regulators, and this means the Institute for Drug Control, but also EMA. And this issue is really crucial because we don't have now the assessors from Great Britain. The Czech Republic in the past had a problem to become a rapporteur, but now all of a sudden everybody does as much as possible, and still there is a gap and a delay. It may seem a marginal topic, but for the future, it can be one of the reasons for delayed authorization. We need to say this openly. in the Czech Republic, this is restricted by the Civil Service Act. So I really mean it. It will be one of the issues which will have to be dealt with in the legislation. The Institute for Drug Control has not applied for any new funding, but I think here there is a great room for improvement. Now, details. As regards incentives for pharmaceutical industry, there are some specific things to mention. Number one, the emphasis on free scientific advice. And second, fee waiver. And I think these are quite specific incentives. Of course, something will be requested in return. And what I mean is the commitment that the medicinal product will be traded and marketed in all member states. I understand that this may lead to a debate, it may stir a debate among pharmaceutical companies. Now, the incentives need to be translated into reality. So we need to know what kind of unmet medical needs there is. President Friedrich was here in the morning and he was sort of revolutionary. But we need to distinguish between an innovative OMP and a designation of an OMP as an orphan for marketing purposes. So this is something that needs to be taken into account. What is also important is that access to internal market could be affected positively by the availability of multi-language packaging. There's also work going on as to the information which is contained in the packaging. I was mentioning early dialogue, and this could involve certain HTA aspects. And also the response to long-term treatment. This could, from the long-term perspective, prevent the use of certain costs which may not be expended in a purposeful way. It would also be good to allow the registration of medicinal products for a wider range of products. Today, you can only register products for indication for which trial assessments have been performed. But I still think that it is legitimate to there is a number of proposals, a lot of debates, and we, as the Czech Republic, say that there are various types of proposals and they can change. During COVID times, we all had a chance to see that it is always important to explain to the public what it means to register a drug conditionally. Even experts whom I thought were really skilled asked me questions about this. So I think this should be a goal. We should also reflect on whether there need to be two sets of information as for the information about the product and what is included in the packaging. the goal should be preventing situation when you have an authorized drug which is not available to patients. I think that the revision should be beneficial for everyone. First, to patients, because we want to improve their quality of life. But it should also benefit pharmaceutical companies that want to get a reward for innovation. And then I shouldn't omit the national regulatory authorities. And I think all these three stakeholders should be able to benefit from the revision. Apart from that, we talked about the need to renew parallel scientific advice of the FDA and the EMA and to revise the regulatory requirements. Because we hear very often that the developed innovative products are launched easily or more easily on the market in the US than in Europe. Then there is the introduction of a plan to tackle risks if there is a shortage of a medicinal product. Of course, the legislation should tackle this issue, tackle the obligations in that case. Sorry, can you cut it a little bit? Okay, a protection time period. An extension of the protection time period is widely discussed. It needs to be well balanced. You shouldn't prevent generics and biosimilars from getting on the market. But again, there should be the condition of launching the products in all member states. And last but not least, there is one more thing. The medicinal products for rare diseases usually originate in the academic environment. But then there needs to be a transfer to a commercial entity. And therefore, we need rules for this commercial transfer to prevent abuse. So the conditions need to be discussed, and we need to figure out how the other member states see this issue. Thank you very much for this overview. The discussion is open, so if you raise your hand, you can talk. But I'd like to give the floor to René Břečťan, because there is one specific question that I have in mind. In the morning, we heard that the Czech Republic has been extremely successful in obtaining the status of European reference centers. There are dozens of these centers. From your perspective as patients, and now I'm not talking about the real reimbursement approach, but talking about the approach regarding experimental studies and so on. You, as the patient community, how do you perceive the situation? We have quite a large number of centers of excellence. Can you see that? Can you feel that? Or is it marginal? Or, I mean, what do you think about that, apart from being proud? Thank you. We are proud of it, that's true. But especially in the beginning, there are great expectations. I don't want to go into figures, but in the morning, you heard that the treatment is available to only about 5 to 6% suffering from rare diseases. So the greatest emphasis is on care. And how can you do that? Well, when you suffer from a rare disease, you need to go to a center, and here the patient is treated by a specialist. Therefore, our expectations were high. And I can't say that I've seen a reflection on this in reality. Professor Macek talked about it. But the basis is solid. And this is why we managed to get so many centers. In any case, I can see positive changes. And there's one other thing. There is a multidisciplinary commission for rare diseases, which works with the Ministry of Health. It includes many experts from many fields, and we've heard that we've decided that there will be working groups within each ERN, and for each and the working groups will deal with what should be the next steps. And this fills me with hope, especially regarding care. Also, there was a question about clinical trials. Well, we don't have direct information from the European level. But there's one thing I'm concerned about slightly. We are talking here about rare diseases. And I think that some diagnoses will, at a certain point, become sort of exhausted. We have certain diseases, there have been clinical trials, and we can already see that the minimum has been sort of filled, and pharmaceutical companies have also other criteria which are not included in the clinical trials. And the big question is how to go further on, how to proceed. We talk about how to shorten the whole process, but I wouldn't want the clinical trials to get longer. My feeling is that none of the clinical trials during the past 2 years started the way and continued the way it was expected to continue. I mean, from the perspective of the timing. Now, we talk about the improvement of research and development incentives. So we are talking about the classical pharmaceutical pipeline, but the patient's pipeline is a bit broader. First, you need to get the right diagnosis, and that can take up to 5 years. So the ambition is to make this process shorter. And then the most important thing, and that's not when a drug is launched on the market, it's when a patient can get the drug. And that's the end point. That's the most important thing for the patient. And of course, it's hard to explain to patients what's going on if we wait for 10 years to launch the drug on the market, and then it takes other 18 months for the patient to be treated. Here we talk about figures, but I know the people personally. There's 15 or 20 people who need the drug, and then it becomes very personal, and the figures become real people. And that's our perspective. Thank you. I can't see any questions from the floor, but that doesn't matter because I have another topic which I'd like to raise, and I'd like to address this to Kateřina Kopečková from the Oncological Center in Motol, and then maybe René Břešťan, because we see the pre-authorization studies, and historically, the Czech Republic has an interesting history of registers. So how is this translated into the European reference network? And you, as a person with personal experience, where do you see the opportunity to translate the data needed for the identification of unmet medical needs? Where is the room for negotiations with medical insurance companies? Well, thank you. We have a lot of expectations from the ERN. We are part of the European Reference Network for Rare Diseases. It's been the case for 7 years now. And we still continue to improve our cooperation and information exchange. I'd also like to mention the clinical patient management system, which is a precursor of the European data system. Now we can exchange information and ask for a second opinion from our foreign colleagues. Of course, there is the GDPR context, and patients need to give their consent. As part of Eurocan, we've launched multiple registers, such as a register of tumors with intracranial, and there's also the mechanism of authorization of medicines, depending on their efficacy. The EMA has been somewhat reluctant to provide their authorization, but when there is one specific mutation, common cancer can become rare cancer. So there is this European register, and its existence can help us to negotiate with other stakeholders. Now we are launching a chest sarcoma register, soft tissue sarcoma register, and that's a specialization of Professor Casali. But these are the examples which show how meaningful it is to have these reference networks, multidisciplinary cooperation, not only in the area of rare diseases, because with the incoming diseases, there will be more and more rare diseases.
Ask you how existence of European reference network centers are influencing the real access to treatment of patients. What's your personal experience? And the second, the question is if developing real-world evidence in the reference centers is somehow has the opportunity somehow support reimbursement negotiation and early access from the reimbursement perspective.
Yeah, thanks. I think that networks, are an exceedingly powerful tool to generate data. And we are working on this. You know that, for example, the CPMS, which was mentioned, was conceived more for teleconsultations than for creating a clinical database. So now we launched these registries which have been mentioned. But I mean, observational registries are always difficult because they imply a lot of commitment by institutions. And so what could make the difference actually would be an IT interconnection between the electronic health records at the local level and a kind of registry at the European level. So this gives me the opportunity to stress a concept which is that any kind of EU networking must be interconnected with a national networking. So, I mean, we can have European networks on rare cancers, but we need to have also national networks. And these European networks should become networks of networks. This is crucial because this is crucial for healthcare. This is crucial for research. This is crucial to generate those data, those real-world data which you mentioned, and so on. So this is a responsibility of single countries or single member states. I mean, to create these national networks connecting with the European reference networks, which now we have at the European level.
Thank you very much for that point, because if we are talking about the medicines or treatment availability from EU perspective, we should also talk about the EU data availability from EU perspective, which might be the source and evidence for further negotiation of common pricing, purchasing, etc. Pokud nevidím žádnou otázku, měl poslední otázku na René.
Okay, one last question for René Přešťan. How do you, as patients, understand this question of data collection? Because the data about patients are sensitive. Of course, when we talk about clinical trials, the benefit is clear because you can get breakthrough medicines. But in general, providing data, what's the opportunity and what are the threats? What's your perspective as patients? Well, I'll give you an example from the current situation. SMA is an example where data can really, really help. The patient organization and physicians were perfectly prepared. They had really, really good data about patients, and some neurological diseases, including cystic fibrosis, have perfect data, perfect sets of data. And it's really good to sit down with insurance companies and hear what their expectations are. So I think that it is important, and we as a patient organization see this as a real benefit. Data need to be shared, at least in the area of medicinal products. This is a huge benefit. Not sure whether I answered your question. Maybe there was a sub-question. No, thank you. David Šmehlík, question. If I may, or maybe just a comment. You were talking about the data and real evidence, and all these things are interconnected. We are talking about what comes first, but, well, it's all about the medicine, reimbursement, and contractual policies. If you want to increase and improve access and availability, That's a priority. But we also need to improve care and quality. And, of course, we need to eliminate regional differences. And this means that we need to collect patient data, and we to decide what comes first. And to do so, you need to connect all these things together. If you want to provide care to a patient, you need to know where there is a center. So, logically, there must be a contractual policy. There must be a center. There must be a reimbursement policy. And if that doesn't exist, we can't do it. And of course, this involves precious data. And these data need to be collected. And if you put all these things together, you can use it in screening. And if we manage to do that, and I hope we do, we'll have a tool to deal with the whole thing, to find an effective solution which will be based on a certain knowledge. So all this needs to be done simultaneously and constantly. The Institute for Drug Control cannot do it by itself. The insurance companies cannot do this by themselves. But we know that there are centers, and we know that there is a register. Then there can be debate on the medical level. There may be debate with regulators. There may be data collection. But at the end of the day, the patient needs to know where they can go, and they need to get there. So we need to develop networks, data registers. We need to be able to use the data and take decisions, because there are data, and these data are precious. And in my opinion, the system needs a partner, and we need to have relevant data. So it's about interconnecting all these things. Thank you for this comprehensive perspective, because money should go to the patient who comes to a center which has the expertise and the data and the right experts, who are not afraid to present to insurance companies the results of their quality work. So yes, science needs to go hand in hand with reimbursement. Okay, thank you very much, and let me close the debate here. I thank all the panelists.
Very valuable insights, and thank you to being with us in the panel. I would like also to thank Tina for being the part of the panel and for your introductory speech. Děkuji také paní ředitelce Ireně Storové a děkuji.
I also thank Irena Storová and René Břešťan for providing us with the patient's perspective. There will be a 20-minute break, and at 2:45 we'll be back for the closing block. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me open the last section which we have today. We've reached the closing part, which should serve to summarize what we talked about during the day. Of course, we provided our subjective perspective. And first of all, I'd like to give the floor to Jakub Dvořáček, because we agreed together before I launched the debate that one of the important messages or imperatives is that we should actively participate in initiatives and activities which go on the European level right now. Personally, I think there is a debt, and we tend to think that we are fine in our little valley, but the basic forming legislation, whether it deals with the new pharmaceutical products or the data or whatever, that's something that we need to deal with, and we shouldn't say that we didn't have a chance. And I think Jakub Dvořáček, who is the Deputy Minister for Health, is definitely one of the best people to deal with it. Thank you. I think you basically said it on my behalf. So just a brief comment. I haven't been here for the whole time, but my colleagues have been, so they've told me about what you discussed during the day. So we as the ministry definitely deal with all the issues that you've discussed today. And the former minister, Mr. Wojciech, opened the debate, and the debate continues also under the new minister. All the stakeholders are involved, and to us, it is again a chance to get some feedback, which is really important for the ministry to create positions and to formulate opinions. You've definitely noticed that we've opened up the debate about the European health data space. It is not the last chance. All the position needs to be created really fast, as we only have limited time to do that as the forthcoming country which will preside over the EU. So the other countries will present their position on the individual articles, and we'll have to deal with that too. And we can also enforce Czech perspectives. Nevertheless, I mean, it looks that the presiding country cannot impact on the situation that much. It shouldn't impact on it. But still, we are in a good position, and we need to cooperate well with Sweden and France. The trilogue goes on. It's very good. And I'm also convinced that the Institute for Drug Control also discusses this. I've also talked to the director of the EMA, and apparently it is quite visible what the different member states want. I'm just hoping that the dialogue which goes on in the Czech Republic also goes on in the other member states. Sometimes we accept things which are not quite obvious. For several months now, I've been able to observe the way the French position is being born. And it's not always as obvious as we think. We definitely will try to act as fast as possible. I'd like to ask you all not to omit this, because we need to push this through and come up with a position, because we don't want to say later on that everything is fault of the European Commission. No, it's up to us. So it's a joint effort, and we at the ministry need to know what the Czech environment needs. And when I say environment, I mean patient organizations, providers, manufacturers, who are part and parcel of the whole thing. And therefore, I invite you to lead intensive debate also on the EU level, because you are represented there, whether it's Eurodis and rare diseases in Brussels, but also industrial associations and so on. All these stakeholders should lobby in the good sense of the word, because that's the only way to reach a consensus which will be acceptable to all the stakeholders. Unfortunately, I couldn't hear all the presentations, but I'd like to ask all the stakeholders to try to sort of reflect on what the others need as well. One thing by way of example, the opinion which I need to tackle in terms of the industry. The European Commission talks about a wave of launches. And then there is someone who says, well, we'll manage in 2 years. I don't think this is acceptable by the other party. So you need to try to imagine what the other side, the other party is working with, and try to project this into your own thoughts and reflections. Well, I thank you very much, and I look forward to our future cooperation.
Trying to make some conclusion remarks or a reflection of entire day's discussions. So can I ask you to make such a summary from your perspective?
Sure, thank you very much. I will, in fact, if you agree, I will focus on the 2 workshops I attended to feedback on that. So the one on early diagnostic and newborn screening, what I will focus on is how to transform these discussions, and the one previously under the Slovenian presidency, the technical meeting of Slovenian presidency, and the upcoming technical meeting on the 23rd of July in Brno under the Czech presidency. And the instrument here, which we discussed in the workshop, is the joint action between the member states. So to make sure we have that. Now, what I take, I hope it will be acceptable for the participants, but I try to provide my own synthesis of that, is that we could concentrate this joint action on looking at the performance indicators of the newborn screening and looking at how to present the evidence to support policymakers' decision on doing newborn screening on a certain disease or not. Rather than, because the other option will be to focus very much on the technical aspects, on the laboratories, the norms, you see all these aspects. And this somehow is so diverse across Europe that we could leave it really to the member states to decide how they do that and just have exchanges of practice, try to learn from each other, but not try to harmonize on that. But what we may want to harmonize is the performance. And the other part is this presentation of evidence, which somehow is similar to what has been done in terms of work to EMA for medicines or HTA now for effectiveness, relative effectiveness. What do you need to look at to make a decision? Because this should not vary so much. The scientific and medical evidence should basically be the same. Then there is after that a value judgment in your society, but still you're converging a lot, and certainly not with the differences we see today from 3 diseases to 47 diseases across Europe, right? So that would be my first message on that. The second is to have best practice exchanges on the practice of this newborn screening. We discussed also the importance of genomic testing and how this is coming. We are just at the beginning, clearly. There is a lot of questions, as we know, with the variants and the risk of basically diagnosing people with a potential rare disease, when in fact the majority of them will not develop symptomatic forms. So the reflection here is to be cautious and responsible. So I don't know if that should be part of the joint action or not, but it might. It might be to test what's the benefit of genetic testing in certain routine, but very targeted. Like when a baby in a neonatal unit has a problem, it can be part of the first exams you do before doing any invasive exams and all that. So there can be certain situations where we can progress without trying to solve the full problem. Then the second workshop was on the centers of expertise, the multidisciplinary approach. And here, it's the message I take is that you're faced in Czech Republic, from what I heard, with very similar situation that I heard in other member states. The good news here, for the one who have to decide, maybe Jakub or other colleagues in the room, is that often we don't know what to do. Here it's very clear. We know what to do, and we also know how to do it. So it's that Czech Republic has a strong asset of being involved in 22 of the European Funds Network out of 24, 47 healthcare providers in 13 hospitals. And you have now these new national networks of centers of rare diseases. And you have a strong, and we heard that today, strong leaders from the clinical field. The problem is that your system seems to rely on heroes committed on a voluntary base. So that makes you giant with very fragile feet. You're not the only one. There is few countries like that. But it's important to address that by attracting the people into this area. And today they are not attracted because they don't want to be the crazy heroes that they see, working like crazy hours and without holidays. So we need to offer a system which is more sustainable and offer normal career opportunities, which takes me to the second point, money, obviously. And here, the question of money is how to increase the level of reimbursement to recognize that in this multidisciplinary center, it takes more time to take care of a patient with a rare disease. The meetings are longer, the follow-up, the data collection, the coordination with the other disciplines. And there is ways in Europe where it has been, they found the ways to recognize that, either by recognizing that this is specific coding service and then increase the level of reimbursement for that service, or if it is general budget of hospitals, to have targeted funding, but not to the hospital, but to the centers, to make sure that there is an accountability of what you've done with the money, additional specialists, coordinating nurses, whatever. And also here was highlighted the need that, in fact, some of the staff, like specialists or specialist nurses, are involved both in the management of care and the coordination of care and of clinical trials. So again, we see that link between the blurring line between the healthcare and the research. The other thing that was mentioned, which seems to be critical and not completely solved, is the age transition. How do you go from children to adults? So the needs to create these multidisciplinary centers for adults as patients are living longer. And in fact, I would suggest also to even start to look at aging, as we see in some diseases, like, for instance, hemophilia. You see more patients coming to over 50, 60 years, and they come with a set of comorbidities which require another set of multidisciplinarity. But the main issue here is children to adults. And the last point is that what needs to be worked is not only these centers, but the healthcare pathways. And for that, there is the opportunity that was mentioned this morning already, but mentioned twice in the workshop today, this afternoon, is the joint action of member states on ERN's integration into national healthcare system. So to have Czech Republic being part of it. Now, one of the issues is the co-funding, because you need a leader, so probably one of the university, and you need a 20 or 40% co-funding to it, which has to come from somewhere. And often it's the blockage, because for the hospital or the university, why should they pay for it? When in fact they're going to work for the nation, for the full country. So maybe the ministry here has a role to play to co-sponsor that in order to make it possible to take a full part. So is that okay? That's all.
Thanks a lot, Jan. A já bych teď poprosil pana profesora Milana Macka o jeho...
Now I'd like to give the floor to Milan Macek for a summary. Jan Lecam said that quite precisely because he saved me a lot of thinking. But I'd like to highlight the political dimension. And maybe I'll repeat myself. Sorry about that. Here, it is not well recognized that the backbone hospitals represent quality workforce, and it's sort of an immense value. The Charles University and the hospitals in Prague are big employers. So it's not just about generating losses, because you can make savings in social care and in the health of our population. So if politicians manage to cope with this, it would be great, because we know from our British, French, and German partners, hospitals are at the very core of the industry of regions, and they can generate profit, innovative technologies. There may be spin-offs. And as I said in the beginning, rare diseases are drivers to personalized medicine, which is coming, and it is coming, I promise. Another thing that we discovered is a specific Czech situation. We'd like to have highly specialized centers for rare diseases, that is the ERNs, which had been translated and transposed into the legislation. And we'd like to get them into the bulletin, because that's something that insurance companies want. But we need to have the right reimbursement mechanisms. And at the moment, we don't have a partner at the Ministry of Health. And this is not just a cheap complaint. We simply don't have a partner at the ministry, a director we could talk to and ensure the right process, so that the ERNs would be integrated in the reimbursement decree and could be addressed as valid partners, the way it works in oncology. Because if it works in oncology, it can also work in the screening of rare diseases. It's both very positive and brings substantial benefits to everyone, to the whole ecosystem, the patients, payers, and the economy, and the whole society. So this needs to be done, and we can see that the healthcare system is as sound as the whole society. It's the same situation as in the army, as we can see right now. And rare diseases, as Anna said, are a reflection of the quality of the healthcare system. It's not criticism. It's rather a positive challenge for the future. For example, for the present ex-director and the current chairperson of the Healthcare Committee of the Senate. It is something that contributes to the creation of knowledge-based economy. And the Czech Republic will be happy to have this sort of economy once it turns out that it is really important, and this has already been proven in time. So rare diseases have actually revealed certain systemic failures, and companies, manufacturers, politicians, patients, clinicians, all of us can work on this as part of the Czech presidency, and we can push this issue forward. Thank you very much. I'd like to wrap up my two discussion panels. The first one dealt with the principle of early access. We divided this into three areas. It's the effort to participate in European policies and to modify the rules. And second, the cultivation of the Czech environment, and to sort of implement the existing insurance legislation during next year, and to further cultivate the framework. Because the framework is good, it needs to be translated into reality. And number three, how to make negotiations more efficient so that payers can be sure that their investments are well used. The second panel dealt with research and development. Here we touched on the European pharmaceutical regulatory frameworks. We agreed that the rare disease framework, which was established more than 20 years ago, is very successful, and the success should continue. In the second part, we dealt with the real ecosystem and with the operation of the centers of expertise, which are involved in research and the real funding is not reflected here. These centers do not seem to be well integrated into the whole healthcare system, and we heard from Jan that there is the question of guidelines set up so that the diagnosis can be identified in time. So that's a wrap-up of what we heard. And now I'd like to give the floor to Anna, because she'll definitely tell us a few words from the patient's perspective.
Thank you very much. I didn't really prepare anything. However, my overall feeling is positive. I have hope. I hope that we're approaching the point where no patient with a rare disease will be left aside. And I hope that all patients will be able to make use of multidisciplinary early care, and that also providers will pay due attention to these patients, and that patients will receive treatment if there is sufficient treatment available. If not, then there should be symptomatic treatment provided, respecting standards of care. So that's my hope, my wish, and I am positive that together we can achieve more, as is always the case, both at European and national level. And I hope that we'll meet, say, in a year's time and be able to assess how the situation has progressed. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me briefly respond. Before we started this session, we've agreed that the agenda has been so broad and so deep that we couldn't touch upon all the issues. So basically, we should strive to describing the critical points and follow up on it by, for instance, establishing task forces, work groups. So I hope that perhaps we'll meet sooner than in a year. But before we move to the final words to be delivered by our hosts, I would like to open the room for discussion. So in this session, we also have Q&A scheduled. So if you'd like to comment anything, the floor is yours. Well, yes, I understand that it has been demanding day, so if there are no questions, it is my pleasure and duty to hand over to the two organizations thanks to whom we've met here. So let's start with David Klaas from the Association of Innovative Pharmaceutical Industries. Thank you very much, Tomasz, for the floor. It is a true honor for me that I can deliver the closing remarks. Well, I'm very happy that the senator will be the truly last person to speak. Let me follow up on what has already been said. The conference didn't aim at bringing any specific solutions because the themes that we have raised are so broad that it's not feasible. However, the aim has been to open discussion and to identify areas that should deserve our attention, deserve our focus. So we should indeed kickstart the discussion and seek solutions. And I believe that we have succeeded in this respect. The discussion has been very rich. We've taken multiple perspectives on the themes from the perspective of experts, patients, and so on and so forth. So really different perspectives than the very common ones. And I'm sure that we'll revisit this topic much, much sooner than in a year's time. We are preparing one further event in Brussels in October this year. I believe that great foundations have been set today, and we can build on those later on. In conclusion, I'd like to thank, on behalf of our association, I'd like to thank Mr. Kraus for providing these beautiful premises to our conference. I'd like to thank all the speakers.
Tina, that you were here in person. It's a really nice pleasure. Na závěr bych chtěl samozřejmě poděkovat.
In conclusion, I'd like to thank you all because you were active in the debate and you could help us achieve progress. Thanks to everyone. And the floor goes to Senator Roman Kraus. I would like to conclude by voicing any expert remarks. We've heard those already in the previous sessions. We have ample experts, not only in the Czech Republic, but elsewhere in Europe, who know what needs to be done. On the other hand, many issues have been raised here that need to be addressed. So this conference is a forerunner to the autumn event in Brussels. So it's great that we could discuss the themes that be addressed there, and that is within the context of the presidency trio. I'm very happy that we can have an active say and can actively influence things. We need to be well prepared for the discussion, and I do hope that our presidency will contribute to us playing an active role, so it won't be just us feeling that Europe is forcing this or that upon us, but rather we can be an active player. So it's not just orphans, but also paediatric medicines, and we can, in that respect, an off-label, etc., be the active contributor. So big themes have been opened up here. We should discuss efficiency, prevention, naturally in a completely different light from other diseases that the population suffers from. Even though life expectancy over the past 30 years has been prolonged dramatically, the quality of life years and healthy life years have only been prolonged very little. So we should strive to improve that factor. Before I thank you all for your participation, I would like to highlight the fact that we're having a sophisticated debate here. We are, however, dealing with other less sophisticated issues that we have in the Czech Republic, a lack of GPs, a lack of dentists, and I'm not blaming anyone, but for the past 15 or 20 years, we have really missed and lagged behind in primary care, etc. So these issues are crucial, very painful. We need to address those alongside the other themes. I do not want to basically say that some themes are important, others are not, but really many issues need addressing at the same time. But now let me thank you most cordially for your participation. I am glad that we could provide this beautiful premises of the Wallenstein Palace. I'd like to thank the employees of the Senate for very smooth preparation of this event. What I always fear is that, for instance, the OHP won't work, the microphones won't work, but everything was very smooth. I'm very happy that we could host this event, and I look forward to meeting you at other events that we'll hold in the Senate, either dedicated to the issue of health or colleagues from other committees. Naturally, we'll be hosting other events from other fields. So thanks to everyone. It has been a true pleasure that you've come to this event. Thank you and goodbye.
Já moc děkuji a děkuji za tu závěr.
Thank you very much for this for these final words, and what has been said at the end. Well, everything is related with everything, especially in healthcare. And patients with rare diseases are usually identified in primary care. And naturally, we have to make sure that funds are spent as efficiently as possible and quality needs to be ensured. So yes, all these aspects are interrelated. But let me ask you to do the following. Well, we leave the premises, but don't leave the theme. Let's keep discussing it. Let's establish task forces. Let's establish work groups. I hope the Ministry of Health is open to that. Health insurance companies are open to that we discuss these themes in greater detail. So let's continue this discussion dedicated to rare diseases, so that we can really make progress in practice. Once again, big thanks to the organizers, thanks to all the panelists, the speakers, thanks to all of you. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you and goodbye.